Oh yes, oh yes, oh yes. The Sumner County Commission of Sumner is now in session, pursuant to adjournment. May God bless this country and may God bless this county.
Thank you, sir. Our invocation tonight, Commissioner Mansfield, do you mind giving that for us?
Let us pray. Dear Jesus, we just thank you, Father, for your goodness, your mercy. Your word says where the Spirit of the Lord is, there is freedom and liberty. I thank you, God, as we look forward to this 250th celebration of our nation's founding, just one celebrating religious freedom in America, unbeknownst to any other nation in the history of the world such as this, but also a rededication of our country back to God and with repenting of the sins of the land that have defiled the land according to your word, God. And thank you for President Trump for reading 2 Chronicles 7:14 as part of that 250th proclamation, Lord. So we just humble ourselves before you, God, and ask that you would just give us mercy, give us wisdom to do the people's business. We just thank you for Sumner County. We thank you for the people that live here. We thank you for the servants who work for the people who live here, Father God. We thank you for the businesses that are located here, God, and we just pray for your prosperity over our county, over our children, our teachers, our parents, over our businesses, business owners, our moms and dads and grandparents, Father, and all those who serve our community, our elected officials. We just pray your blessings over us. And I just thank you for all those who have been willing to step into the arena and called to serve and be willing to be marred and scarred by this arena, God, but who are still willing to put in the work, who care for our community. And I just bless them and bless their efforts and bless this time tonight. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, let's put the roll call on the board.
Each commissioner record your presence.
Okay. I know Ms. Boyd, Ms. Janong, Ms. Bergdorf, and Mr. Pomeroy. So we have 20 here. Majority votes will still be 13. 2/3 of votes still will be 16. All right. Looking at the regular agenda, I have a couple of items. I think on the certificates of recognition, if I remove something, if you happen to be in the audience, feel free to sort of chime in. But I believe the Hendersonville High School Junior ROTC, we're going to push that to next month. And the Kiana Brandstetter, the Girl Scout Gold Award, we'll push that till next month as well. And then also the Committee on Committees, they did not meet tonight, so that item will get pushed under Committee on Committees, item E1. Mr. Harrison.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If we could, at the request of those who had asked to have this proclaimed for the June National Dairy Month, if we could push that to our June meeting. I know it would be the end of the month, but they are not able to be here tonight. Okay. So that's certificates of recognition, the National Dairy Month. We'll move that to June. Thank you, sir. Mr. Mansfield.
Yes, I would like to add term limits resolution that I have on your desk to our agenda for tonight. And I so move.
Okay. It's motion second. Let's put that on the board. 13 votes needed to get it added to the agenda.
Each commissioner record your vote.
Okay. We will add that to the agenda under legislative. We'll make that item F3. And I don't know from a resolution standpoint if that's 2605-3 Is 13 the next one, or do we know? Okay, we'll do that 13. So that's item Legislative Committee number 3 will be the term limits resolution. Mr. Show.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So there are 2 items that we just passed through in Budget Committee that are not on this agenda. So I think we need to add these as number 7 and 8 under budget respectively. The first one that would be number 7 is to appropriate up to $100,000 for an architect for the old courthouse. The second one would be number 8, and this is to appropriate $83,242.57. This is a transfer between major categories to cover changes in insurance premiums. 82,000. I'll say that one again. $83,242.57.
And that's dental, or is that the dental one?
That's
or?
the dental and
Okay.
dental and medical insurance
Gotcha.
premium change.
Okay. Without objection, we'll add those, and then we need to, no one else in the queue. So is there, is there a motion to approve in a second? All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? We have an agenda. All right. Is there a motion to approve the consent items? Motion, is there a second? All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? So that is unanimous. Moving down to the approval of the minutes, April 20th. Motion second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, we have one no. We have one abstention. Yeah. So Commissioner Teachner abstains. He was absent. Commissioner Mansfield votes no. Everyone else votes yes. Okay, moving on, certificates of recognition. Mayor Isbell will lead us off here, declaring May as ALS Awareness Month.
All right, I don't think we have anybody here representing them, but I do want to read this. Whereas ALS, often referred to as Lou Gehrig's disease, is a progressive and fatal neurodegenerative disease that affects nerve cells in the brain and spinal cord, leading to the loss of voluntary muscle control. Whereas individuals living with ALS experience difficulty in walking, speaking, eating, and eventually breathing, placing tremendous emotional, physical, and financial strain on patients, families, and caregivers. Whereas there is currently no known cure for ALS, and the average life expectancy following diagnosis is 2 to 5 years, underscoring the urgent need for continued research and advancements in treatment. Whereas organizations such as the ALS Association are dedicated to providing comprehensive care, advancing research, and advocating for public policies that improve the quality of life of individuals living with ALS. Whereas the ALS Association is currently providing support to more than 300 individuals and families across Tennessee, including those in Sumner County. Whereas increasing awareness and understanding of ALS may help foster greater community support, encourage early diagnosis, and inspire efforts to advance research towards effective treatments and a cure. And whereas residents of Sumner County have the opportunity to come together to recognize the strength and resilience of those affected by ALS and reaffirm their commitment to supporting individuals and families impacted by the disease. Now therefore be it proclaimed by the County Mayor, Sumner County, hereby on May of 2026 as ALS Awareness Month in Sumner County, and I encourage all residents to join in raising awareness, supporting those affected, and working towards a future without ALS. Thank you.
All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? So that's unanimous. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Again, we moved the Dairy Month off to next month. So next up, Mr. Mayor, I believe you're back up here, recognizing the Telecommunicator of the Year, Kasumi Magnus. If you can.
All right, if we can get everybody up here. Thank you. How are you doing? Who is this? Okay. Oh, your sister. All right. How are you doing? Good. All right. You going to say something? All right. This is quite an honor. I met Kasumi last year at one of the conferences, and she is so dedicated to her work as a telecommunicator. And for those that don't know, they are the first line of defense at a person's worst possible moment, is when they call that 911 number, and then they get that person to answer that phone. And we are blessed in Sumner County to have some great telecommunicators. We just finished honoring our telecommunicators with Telecommunicators Week, and culminating that was Kasumi being recognized as a 2025 Telecommunicator of the Year. And she has done a remarkable job. Congratulations. And I want to present this to you.
Thank you.
And I want to present this to you as well. And I'll certainly entertain a motion from the body.
All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Would you like to say a couple words?
Hi, everybody. Thank you. I didn't know I was going to give a speech today, so I'm like really not prepared. But kind of represent everybody, which is true. I couldn't do this job without, the other dispatchers, helping, and everyone gathered together, and obviously my supervisor is Shay, and like all the admin people and everything. So I really appreciate you guys honoring me and stuff. It's very cool. But thank you. Oh, this is my little sister. That too. Okay, thank you.
Okay, we've moved the junior ROTC to next month. The Merrillhide Magnet School, the Quiz Bowl team, the, I believe, high school and middle school. If y'all want to make your way up here, Mr. Hyde.
Either side here.
Hey, y'all can use both sides.
It's my privilege this evening to recognize some very bright young people and very intelligent young people here from Merrillhide Magnet School. We, due to my misunderstanding, we have both the high school quiz bowl team and the middle school quiz bowl team. Ms. Morgan dealt with the students with the middle school, and Mr. Hester dealt with the team for the high school. And I think, Mr. Hester, you told me that this represented the high school.
That's right. That result is our high school team.
Right. High school students, would you raise your hands? Okay. The high school students, and I'll let Ms. Morgan speak just a little bit about the work of the middle school. They finished 7 out of 153 top teams in the nation in academic quiz bowl. Very, very proud of them and proud of the middle school students. You can't imagine how many hours goes into the work of this sort of thing. And if any time that the parents want to come up and take pictures, you certainly are welcome to. But I want to have Mr. Hester come forward and say just a few things about his team, and then I'll ask Ms. Morgan to do the same.
Thank you, Mr. Hyde. Thank you, Commissioners, for this opportunity. We are incredibly proud of our Quiz Bowl students at Merrill Hyde. This year's high school squad placed second at the Tennessee State Quiz Bowl tournament, and as Mr. Hyde said, 7th at the Small School National Championship tournament held last month outside of Chicago. These students practice outside of school time to apply what they've learned in school to a high-stakes, fast-paced trivia game, and it's just a tremendous honor to get to work with them. I want to take just a moment to thank all the players, to thank their parents who support them, to thank Andrea Morgan, who coaches the middle school team, without which there is no high school team, and to thank my administrators, Darren Frank and Adam Carell, for their support of everything we do academically and in competition at Merrill Hyde Magnet School, where we really hope to educate the whole child. Thank you so much for this honor.
And I'd like Ms. Morgan to say a few words, as she would, about the middle school team.
Thank you so much. It's an honor to be here. I'm very proud of my students. There were 13 students who represented the middle school team, and at the Sumner County Championships, we placed first, second, and fourth place in a field of about 23 teams, and we were able to take two teams, 10 students, to Chicago for nationals, and they did really well, so I was very proud of them. It's a pleasure to work with students who want to do schoolwork after school. That is not normal, or that was the wrong phrasing. I did not know I was going to speak. Sorry. That is extraordinary. Thank you so much.
I will present this certificate to Mr. Hester, and I have a certificate coming to the school and medals for all of the students. But, Mr. Chairman, if you want to ask for a vote, and then we'll pass it.
So is that, Mr. Hyde, you make a motion there? Is there a second? All in favor say aye. Any opposed?
I would like to recognize, he slips in and always sits in the back and never likes to be recognized, but the school wouldn't be what it is without the principal, Mr. Darren Frank. Darren, would you stand? Thank you very much.
Congratulations, both of y'all's teams there. Okay. Mr. Isbell's back up. Is your Eagle Scout recipient here tonight?
Don't think so.
Is Hudson Blocker here? Do you want to push this, or?
If we could, let's push the next month.
Okay, we'll push that. Okay. All right, without objection, we'll push that one to next month. And then that closes the certificates of recognition. Moving forward to the recognition of public on agenda items only. We have one person signed up for term limits, and since it is on the agenda now, Mr. McClard. If you can just state your name, your address, and you'll have 5 minutes. Speak.
Push that back just a little bit, or my loud mouth. Mike McClard, 102 Tioga Trail, Hendersonville. I'd like to speak on term limits. I think all you have to do is look at Washington, D.C., and you'll see the problem we have if you don't have term limits. It just seemed, somebody left Jesus up here. The way I understand it, that what you would be voting on would be send a resolution to the state to have them allow it to be put on the ballot, which is where something like this needs to be. The people need to vote on that, not politicians. I've said for years before I ever got involved coming into these meetings that term limits is going to kill our country. if we don't do something about getting the career politicians out of the county. I mean, it's bad enough it's at the U.S. level, at the country level, at the state level, but I mean, this is where it all starts, in these meetings here, in the city meetings. And I know a lot of you have your reasons for not voting. You have a vote, as I was told, one of the first meetings I ever came to. I've got a vote and I'm going to use it, that is your right. But it's also the right of the people to, do what? Okay. Am I too loud?
No, go ahead.
Okay. It's also the right of the people. You know, we can vote you out, and that's the argument every time when you start talking to somebody about term limits. They say, well, you know, there is term limits every 4 years. Well, yeah, but it's almost impossible to get an incumbent out. It does happen, but it's very hard to do. If you'll look around the country, I think like 80 to 90% of the people polled will tell you they want term limits. Unfortunately, those same people won't go vote. But in the local area, it's probably closer to 90. And a lot of you guys represent some of these places that have voted on this. So if it's 80 or 90% and you vote no to allow this, you are basically saying no to your constituents. If 8 out of 10 people, or 9 out of 10, think term limits is the right thing and you vote against that, you're taking away their voice. And that's what they put you in office to do, is to be their voice. So do the right thing, vote this in. It's going to be a 2-year process to start with, I think, but let's try to get this done. One more thing I'd just like to add, I didn't put it on there, Mr. Becker, about the courthouse. That wasn't on there either. Please move that money along for an architect. Let's save our history. I mean, y'all know me, y'all know what I've talked about. I'm all for preserving history, but once it's gone, and it'll never be back. So, thank you.
Okay, that concludes recognition of public on agenda items. Report of the chair. We've got your veteran service reports attached. And for document, the financial statement memo is included for docketing purposes. Moving along to report of county officials. Written reports to be filed by the county officials. Notaries are on your desk. Is there a motion? Motion and a second for notaries. Let's put this on the board.
Each commissioner records your vote.
All right. Passes unanimous. Moving on to reports from the standing committees. Health and Emergency Service, Mr. Rogers. No report. Education Committee, Mr. Sullivan. No report. Highway Committee, Mr. Harrison. I don't see, do you have it pushed?
Here we go. Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. In the Highway Committee, we passed to accept Firefly Lane as a county road and a reroute of Jones Lane. I so moved.
Motion and a second. Mr. Mansfield.
I just had a question about this road. I guess it looks like it's a subdivision. Is this in the city of Hendersonville or is this a county subdivision? It's like something's been.
Mr. Harrison, I'll defer.
I would have to defer that question to the highway superintendent. I don't think he's here tonight. I honestly don't remember spending a couple of
The law
weeks.
director says it is, it's a stretch of county road. Yeah, which I guess is probably why we're.
Well, I mean, the Firefly Lane, I guess, is in a subdivision. So that Jones Lane, I understand, is actually an existing county road that's been there forever off Stop 30. I'm very familiar with that one in a rural area, or previously rural area. But I was just curious, as the Firefly Lane, I didn't know a new neighborhood was there and didn't know that, I don't know the history of that, or if it was discussed of when that neighborhood was approved or built. Is that something like 15 years ago, 20 years ago? I don't remember ever that coming before the county commission between 2018 and now, so I assume it predates that time. which is, I'm just curious to know the history of this and that subdivision that we're accepting a road for.
Yeah.
Does anybody know?
I don't know. Mr. Harrison, you're not sure. Yeah, I don't know. No one else is in the queue. I don't guess anyone else has any info on that.
But is it a county subdivision or a Hendersonville city limit subdivision? Do you know that answer? But assume it's a county since it's a.
I'm going based on what I recall from the conversation with Mr. Ellis, but I believe what happened is a
Can you
road
get his mic on?
was connecting into another road. Was connecting into another road, and is this the one where we're merging two issues, the speed limit and the?
No, it's just Jones Lane that it looks like it's being accessed
Oh,
from.
yes.
As part of.
And that there would, that some of this is city road and that there's a piece of it that is not. It's county road that Toby does have to go out there and take care of, and they were renaming it. That's all I know. If you need more specifics, I'd have to defer to Mr. Ellis.
Yeah, I don't know if we're renaming this specific one. This is accepting it as a county road.
Yeah, again, I'm not sure.
Mr. Shove, do you have any info on this topic, or?
Motion.
Go ahead.
Just because I might direct this to you, but you may want to direct it to either our law director or the highway committee chair, but I have one question and probably a motion. If we were to, because I had it was going to have, we might have a similar question about item number 2, and would the answer kind of be the same thing, that we would need the highway superintendent to give details?
Mr. Harrison, do you have any information on these other ones, other 2 items?
On item 2, we were just changing the name and setting a speed limit that was not previously there at all. I think it was less than a mile, if I recall. And then on the third one, all they were doing was reducing the speed limit.
Yeah.
I'm going to move to defer item number 2605-3, just so folks can get their questions answered.
Okay.
And then I've got other motions.
Okay, so there's a motion to defer, and that is debatable. It would need 13 votes. There's no one in the queue. All in favor to defer this to next month, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, show that's unanimous. So 2605-03 has been deferred to next month. Mr. Harrison.
Yes, on 2605-04, which I just previously spoke to, it's just changing the name from drive to road and just setting a speed limit that was not previously there, and so I so move.
The motion. Second. Motion and a second. Mr. Shove.
Just a quick question. Was there 2 questions? What's the reason to change it from drive to road? Or there's some implication there? And 2, what's the current speed limit, if any?
There was not a previous speed limit, as I mentioned, and also I believe it's on the 911 as road, and we had it as drive.
Thank you, sir. No one else in the queue on that. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Show that's unanimous. Mr. Harrison.
2605-05, reducing the speed limit on Somerset Downs Boulevard to 20 miles per hour. I so move.
Motion and a second. I do know this is 25 going to 20.
Yes.
If that's questions here. Mr. Mansfield.
Was this speed limit change asked for by citizens? I'm curious, or I know it's in Somerset Downs. Was this something they're asking for, or what was the decision to reduce the speed?
Mr. Harrison, do you happen to know?
I do not know the answer to that. This was a recommendation from the highway superintendent.
Okay, Mr. Rogers.
As I recall, I believe Sheriff Craddock and Superintendent Ellis went out there. They did conduct the study. It was because of some complaints that was coming from in the neighborhood. And if I recall correctly, I believe it was on this one, the complainant actually received a citation due to his or her speed as they was traveling through there while the sheriff and the road superintendent was doing the survey.
Anything else, Mr. Mansfield?
I think that covers it.
I appreciate it. Mr. Jones. Nope. No one else in the queue. Mr. Teachner.
I just want to ask the commissioner from that district, is there any outcry either way from folks? Is that your district?
I don't know whose district.
Yeah, it's 24th district.
Okay, so Ms. Miller, do you have anything to share with that? Can you hit her? Sorry, I guess I could have.
I have not had any complaints. I didn't, until I saw it on the agenda, I didn't even know it was an issue, so I have not seen or heard anything from anyone in Somerset, and I'm pretty close with the HOA over there as well, so they didn't reach out to me, and they usually do if they have an issue, so.
Mr. Shove?
I'm going to move to defer this too, because we're here in second and third order, and not that I disbelieve any of the folks here, but I'd maybe like to hear from the highway superintendent and the sheriff on it, so I'd move to defer this.
There's a motion and a second to defer this. Mr. Jones on this?
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just agree with that motion to defer just because if the commissioner from that district didn't even know about that. I know that we notify the commissioners in districts for zoning changes. There may be an opportunity for the people of that neighborhood to be made aware of that, give them a chance to come speak. I'm fine with waiting until next month.
All right, no one else in the queue. This will need 13 votes to defer. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
No.
Okay, let's put this on the board. So this is a motion to defer. It will need 13 votes.
Each commissioner records your vote.
Okay. So motion to defer this one fails. Back to the main motion. Mr. Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, this is just on the main motion. I don't understand why these questions aren't able to be answered by the committee. When I was on highway, that's one thing we do is ask questions of the highway superintendent. We knew what we were voting on when it came to the full commission meeting, and if you had questions, we could answer them. It seems like this was just passed through because the road superintendent asked for it to be. There was no questions asked in committee meeting to be able to answer these questions.
Yeah,
that's why I have
yeah.
a problem with this. That's why I'm not going to vote for it.
That's fair. Okay. Mr. Rogers.
Well, in reference to the recent statement, I applaud citizens for not calling the county commissioners. It seems like they called the proper authorities that was able to handle it, able to speed up government work, not having to bog down county commission, to call the authority.
That wasn't me. Can you hit him?
To contact the proper authorities. It seems like some people's been educated. That's great. That's what we need in this county. I did ask the questions during the committee because I didn't ask questions because there wasn't any questions to be asked. The highway superintendent said that there was a survey done. It was conducted by he and the sheriff. The complainant received a ticket while they was out there doing the survey. All the questions seem to be answered of what we're having here tonight. Let's trust the department heads, and I'll support it.
Mr. Schmidt.
I'm just going to echo what Commissioner Rogers said. These questions were asked. As a matter of fact, when Mr. Ellis explained why they were reducing the speed limit, I said, I know this is not on the agenda, but I have some constituents in a nearby neighborhood that I would like to maybe look into this. And he said, get with me after the meeting and we'll let you know the process. They did a traffic study, a survey, and based on the complaints, the citizens wanted the speed limit reduced.
All right, thanks, sir. Let's put this on the board. So this is the main motion, 2605-05. All right, that passes 13-7. Mr. Harrison. Okay, thank you, sir. General Ops, Mr. Harris. No report. Committee on Committees got moved to next month. Legislative, I believe Mr. Harrison was out, so Mr. Rogers is going to take this one for us tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a 2605-06, adopt and revise health and safety standards. This has been through committees twice. We was able to work with planning and codes, and I so moved.
Came on. All right. It's a motion and a second. Mr. Nguyen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've got a couple of amendments I'd like to offer here for this health and safety standard. So Chapter 7 on pools, hot tubs, and spa requirements. I actually had our county clerk put a copy of this on everybody's desk, so you should have it in front of you to review as far as what the amendment that I'm going to offer is. But it's in Chapter 7, adding this to the end of Chapter 7. It's stagnant water prohibited. This states, also in pools, hot tubs, spas, and related water features located on residential or non-residential properties shall be maintained so as to prevent stagnant, standing, untreated, polluted, or unsanitary water. No owner, occupant, tenant, or person in control of property shall allow any swimming pool, hot tub, spa, or related water feature to contain water that is stagnant, discolored, foul-smelling, visibly contaminated, accumulating debris, producing algae, or creating conditions favorable for mosquitoes, insects, bacteria, or other conditions injurious to public health, safety, or welfare. Failure to abate stagnant water shall constitute a violation of this chapter and may be enforced as an unsafe or unsanitary condition, public health nuisance, or other violation authorized by this standard and applicable law. This section shall not apply to farm ponds, retention ponds, stormwater management facilities, or natural ponds. And I'll make a motion for that. And Mr. Chairman, I make this motion just because I've received complaints from its constituents in my district on this exact thing. And this was ran through with our codes department, and at the time, whenever this complaint was risen, there wasn't clarity in the code for an enforcement action to be taken. So this is now before us. I believe the Construction Board of Appeals was looking at this, or at least that's what I was told. They were looking at this. So when we finally got the standard back here, I noticed it was not included, wasn't addressed, so I'm adding it here. So this would just be for something that we would enable our codes department to be able to actually do something about a residential structure, or really any structure that has stagnated water from just lack of care.
Okay, so you're making an amendment here. Is there a second? Sorry. And there's a second. All right. Mr. Mansfield on this amendment. Okay. Mr. Klein on this amendment. Ms. Miller on this amendment. Mr. Jones on this amendment. Okay. Can you hit Mr. Jones' mic? Mr. Jones.
I just had a question. It sounds reasonable. I wouldn't want my neighbor doing any of those things, but I live in city limits. My question is, how is this enforceable? What is the enforcement mechanism if they do have this? They're out in the county. Who can go on their property and check out if they're violating these things? In the county, you can do a lot of things you can't do in the city, and I don't see how you're going to enforce it. If there's somebody can answer that, it may be able to change my vote. I just don't know.
Okay. Thank you, sir. I'll come back to you. Mr. Schoaf on this amendment? Okay. Mr. Teacher on this amendment? All right, so let's go back to Mr. Nguyen. Mr. Nguyen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To answer the question of the previous speaker, there's actually, within that same standard is the enforcement language in there that authorizes the codes department to be able to go out and inspect and then issue citations.
Okay, thank you, sir. No one else on this amendment? Let's put this on the board.
Each commissioner records your vote.
That amendment fails to get 13. Mr. Nguyen, did you have a second amendment?
I do, Mr. Chairman. So,
Go ahead.
Looking at this.
Hey, real quick, I'll interrupt. We're apparently, technology-wise, the camera is not moving over to this side. So Ms. Templeton is trying to fix that. So that's why the mics are cutting in and out. Apologize for those that are watching online, but anyway, go ahead, sir.
Yeah. So reviewing the health and safety standard, in chapter 1, we look at it and then it lays out the scope and then the intent of the document. And so it says the primary intent of these regulations is to protect the public from unsafe conditions and the spread of disease caused by unsanitary conditions. A secondary intent is to protect the property value of nearby properties. And so whenever I was looking at the document as a whole, one thing that I noticed that, one, it wasn't included in the table of contents, but at the very end, there was a section on intermodal shipping containers. And as I read through that section, intermodal shipping containers, I was like, how is any of this even applicable to anything that's outlined in Chapter 1 as far as the intent of this document? I mean, it really read more as a code or a zoning enforcement, and it's mixed in with the health and safety standards. And so I do have a few questions, Mr. Chairman, and one would be, who sent this to the legislative committee who reviewed this or came up with that?
Is there an amendment that you want to make?
I'll make an amendment. I just have a few questions before I make it, if that's okay.
Okay, go ahead then.
Yeah, who sent this to I guess who reviewed this or created the document or made the revisions within the document?
I'll let can you get Mr. Rogers?
Yeah, so this went through committee in March. There were some revisions that were discussed then I made some revisions personally to it, sent it back in April. I think it went through legal, and then we brought planning on board, if I'm recalling correctly, and then it came back full legislative in May.
Okay. And then
Thank you, Mr. Rogers. Go ahead, Ms. Wren.
And as I was reading that, I really didn't understand what exactly it is we were trying to solve with that section within this document. And so any guidance or insights there would be very helpful.
Okay. Mr. Rogers, do you want to speak to that?
Well, same concern. So during the committee, there were several questions and comments, concerns regarding that as far as the intent of the mobile shipping containers. And basically it comes down, my understanding is it comes down to the end use. What that end use is at the time the complaint's filed and at the time the codes department finds it. So if it's being used as storage, then it has to comply as storage. If it's used as residential, then it has to go into a fixed foundation, all those requirements that's there for an accessory structure. And that's the questions I had back in April, and we brought it back and involved Marshall and Marshall to make sure we get that language in there and get it put back the way we thought it should be as a committee.
Thank you, Mr. Rogers. Mr. Wynn.
Thank you for that. And even as I was reviewing that, I know we've had a lot of discussion over the years about maintaining the character of our rural county. And just the more I look at this and I think about it, I'm like, I don't know how shipping containers as residential dwellings honors that character at all. Maybe I'm missing it, talking with constituents in the 15th district, quite frankly, they couldn't understand why we as a body would want to have that in anything or even allow that. So with that, what I want to do is I want to offer an amendment to strike the section at the very end on the intermodal shipping containers, completely out of the health and safety document here. It's not related to sanitation or unsanitary conditions. It's more or less a codes and planning document that really needs to be taken up and put into a actual codes document and not something for health and safety.
Okay. So that's, is there a second? Who was that?
To take out the section about
Intermodal shipping containers, yeah.
Okay, so Mr. Jones, the second? Okay. All right, so the motion is to remove the, can you repeat your amendment here, please?
Yeah, so just to remove or strike the entire section on intermodal shipping containers.
Okay. All right, so that is the amendment. Mr. Klein on this amendment? No. Okay. Ms. Miller on this amendment? Mr. Schoaf, this amendment. Mansfield, this amendment. Okay, Mr. Mansfield?
I'm not sure, I guess I do have a question as far as, it seems like this would be something more with planning. I can't remember if this came to the planning department as well. My understanding is it came to the planning department, so it would be, I don't know, I think there was something passed approving this in the planning department. Is the county commission approved that as well via resolution to allow shipping containers for residential dwellings, correct? So I'm hearing
yes.
Planning chairman say, so I guess I just want to make sure that removing this, I guess I'm a little confused why it's in here, but I'm also confused why we remove it, because I'm not exactly sure what the intent is of this, because I fully support shipping containers as residential dwelling units. That's a very popular movement, very cool stuff out there architecturally and design-wise, and especially on county property. I think it's an absolutely fantastic idea. I love the idea of shipping containers being used as residential units for people for Airbnbs or Verbo type things, or even for their accessory dwelling units. I know friends that have been actually done that in other counties here in Tennessee as far as shipping containers. So I think it's a fantastic idea to let somebody do what they want to on their own property. We hear about that a lot, and here we are trying to say we can't. So I guess my question is with this, I just want to confirm again that I would like to hear from our planning chairman to confirm this, that on the record, that shipping containers are allowed under our county zoning resolution as of today. It's already been passed by the county commission. And I guess trying to define, maybe we can have an answer as to what the intent of this is, because it seems like it's obviously a different section formatted differently from the rest of this document. I'm not sure how it fits in, so I would like to have those questions answered.
Okay. Mr. Klein, can you speak to that? You hit Mr.
We did spend many months on the shipping container issue because, excuse me, as I pointed out in traveling through Long Beach, California, there are seemingly millions of these things that they don't want back where they came from in China or wherever. And so they're very inexpensive and people are using them, and we didn't have code compliance period for these, and they were being brought into farms and being used for storage. And so we needed to do something about it to have them permittable. And as Mr. Rogers was saying, depending on the use, you have to pull a permit to have them brought onto your property now, and you can use them as a residential unit, you can use them as a storage, you can use them as a barn, you can use them as a temporary storage or a permanent storage, and depending on what use you want to have them for, you have to pull a permit, and then codes will go out and approve it as a regular permitted. You know, it's a building like any other building, just made out of steel rather than wood and brick. And at first, there was a lot of talk about trying to make them sightly or matching with the veneers of a building that is already on the property, and we determined that that's nonsense because people have outbuildings all the time that don't match the veneer of their house. And so we went with a very simplified thing. And so I'm not quite sure why they're in here either, because they are to, you know, you got to pull a permit, to have one moved on your property unless it's small enough to not have a permit. And these, most of the time, are big enough. I don't remember if it's 200 square feet or something to that effect. But yeah, they're permittable, and they don't have any architectural requirements at this point. And so I'm not sure why they're in here, and I don't know. It seems like they should be pulled out, but I trust Marshall Wright. He's been in that position a long time. So I'd kind of like to hear his explanation for why that's in this at all. So I know he's here tonight, so.
Are you making a motion to suspend the rules?
I'd make a motion to.
Okay, without objection? Yes. Without objection, will, Mr. Wright, can you come speak to that, please? Can you turn that microphone? Yes.
Yes, sir. Thank you for taking this under consideration. A brief history of how this came about. Our current health and safety code is 19 years old. It's very antiquated. So a couple years ago, we decided, well, this thing needs to be revised to address the changes of the county. So I spoke with the mayor, and the mayor said, yes, he thinks it's a good thing. Let's go with it. At the time, I had no idea what we was going to put in it. Mayor didn't know it was going to be shipping containers in it. But that was one of the things that we've been having problems with, people bringing in shipping containers unregulated, without permits, setting them just anywhere, in front yard, whatever. So we took it to the Board of Construction Appeals. They spent several months with it, along with the health and safety standards. And then when it come out of there, the shipping containers went to the planning committee, and they spent several months with it also. And I'd just like to go on record to thank both committees. They've done a lot of hard work on this. But that's how it came about. There was absolutely no regulations on it. And the reason that we took on the burden of drafting a shipping container language is because in the old health and safety standards, the current one that we're in right now, it has language in it that is prohibited. So when I had a conversation with a former planning director, Mr. Josh Sudeth, we both agreed that we should take on this revision and continue keeping it in the health and safety standards as long as what we put in there was complementary of what's in the zoning resolution. So we met with Sidney Simpson and Marshall Boyd several times to make sure that the language that's found in the proposed health and safety standards and the shipping containers was not in conflict with their zoning. So they've given us a thumbs up, and we've been working closely with Commissioner Rogers, because I think he was appointed by the legislative to work with building codes to make sure there's no conflict of language between the shipping containers and the health and safety and the zoning board. So that's kind of where we have it. And there's been a lot of work put in it, a lot of rewriting. We worked with Michael Guthrie with the 911 language in the health and safety. There was no language in that. So at the very last page of that, you'll see that the 911 address has to be posted out in public right-of-way. Most of y'all probably notice, I know us and the inspectors have noticed it all the time, that there's many places that don't have a 911 address posted out in public right-of-way. So that's another thing that we addressed. The two main things I see, well, the three things: 911 addresses has been integrated into this, the shipping containers, and the Health and Safety Standard Board, which is sunsetted and defunct, will now be the responsibility of the Board of Construction Appeals. So instead of having two boards that hardly ever meet, the Board of Construction Appeals will be having the hearings and appeals for the health and safety standard. We're required by state statute to have a health and safety board, and we hadn't had one for 2 or 3, 4 years. So it's very important that we get this health and safety passed, so these people who have high grass, junk cars, dilapidated buildings, that kind of stuff, will have a right to appeal before a board. So, I urge you to consider that. thank you.
Yeah, but before you, does anyone have a specific question for Marshall? I just want to make sure, we got a lot of green lights here, so I saw Mr. Rogers' hand go up. Can you get Mr. Rogers?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So as it stands today, just so I can make sure I understand right, as it stands today, the shipping containers in Sumner County are prohibited in total.
Except in agriculture, they're prohibited.
So if somebody wants to put one in their yard, they can't have a storage container as of today?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you.
If you have a question, if you don't mind, just raise your hand. Mr. Shove? Can you hit Mr. Shove?
Mr. Chairman, I couldn't hear what you were saying. Someone was trying to argue that he's not on plan and then the code.
Well, I'm moving over to Mr. Shove.
Actually, what I'm about to ask is probably relevant to that argument. So we say that we're not allowed to have, or that folks aren't allowed to have shipping containers. Are there shipping containers on people's property now in the county?
Yes, sir, there's several been brought in, and once they come in and they're full of contents, and we send our property maintenance inspector out to try to get out Todd Hubbard, it's impossible unless we get the legal department involved in it. You can't get them out.
So this is actually where I'm going here. And Mr. Wright, I know, because I wasn't at this committee meeting, but I've been in some others when we were discussing this. And I do appreciate the work that you guys are doing. And I agree with some of the changes. Like, I agree with the change of adding some regulation around the shipping container so that they can be in and properly classified as either storage on the one hand or as a dwelling on the other. So I agree with some of this, not all of it that's in here at all, but some of it. However, my fundamental problem with all of this is what we just said. We say that we don't allow something, but then there are storage containers out there. So in my view, there is no point in making changes to regulations if there is no intent to enforce them, or any mechanism to enforce them. So I guess my question is, we know that there are things in the county now, and I've seen some of the pictures where folks are breaking regulation. What are we doing about it? And do we have any plan to make any change to how we're doing something? Because I would tell you that if we don't have any plan to actually physically make some changes, I don't see what, and there's a lot of good work in here, I just don't see what good it's going to do. I mean, is that fair?
Well, can I address that?
Oh, yes, sir, you may.
It would provide some regulations. We would have it documented where they're coming in at, and they will get the permits for it. And some of the regulations we relaxed once it went before the legislative committee twice. Initially, we had it had to be on a permanent foundation, a pitched roof that matched the house. All that's disappeared. A shipping container that's accessory structure, all it needs is the rock base. Just a rock base, you can set it right on the ground on a rock base. But we left the part in that would have to be cladded. Now, if it's above ground, it has to be cladded according to Chapter 7 of the International Building Codes. And it gives guidelines on why it needs to be cladded for waterproofing and that kind of stuff. But we left that in there. But we relaxed a lot of it because the legislative committee was concerned it was over-restricted. But as far as back to Mr. Wynn's concern is why it's in the health and safety and not in the zoning, it will not hurt my feelings, not one bit, if you want to pass that on to the zoning people. That's fine with me, believe me. But I don't think they'll like it. But it's
all right. Thanks.
Yes,
Okay, Ms. Miller.
I think the discrepancy is because we reviewed this in planning last year, and I cannot remember dates, but I think it was around a year ago when we started talking about this, and we changed the zoning regulations because shipping containers were not allowed, and we changed them to make them allowable. But as far as the zoning, I don't think that I think it's two different things. So on planning and zoning, they are allowed with regulations, but with Mr. Boyd's department, it's a whole different animal.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Mansfield?
So I'm not 100% clear, based on what you said, Marshall, and what our planning commission members have said, that they're saying we passed a zoning resolution that allows shipping containers to be used as residential units, full stop. I just heard you say the opposite to some extent, like it's not allowable. So I don't understand. There's a disconnect here that concerns me. But I understand and appreciate the work you guys have done, the Board of Construction Appeals. I understand some regulations you wanted this because you don't want people cooking meth in a storage container out in the county. I understand why we have these types of regulations. But this just goes to the entire body of the work. I am not a proponent of a lot of things in pretty much every chapter. In the county, and you and I have discussed this before, and in my first term, I had constituents complaining because they were getting code violations because their grass was too high, but they had junk cars in the yard. Yeah. And I'm of the opinion in the county, I don't care if you got 10 Sanford & Son cars in your yard, it ain't bothering me. I don't care if your grass is 14 feet high, it doesn't bother me. You're in the county. People live in the county, so they're not regulated. And so I see a lot of things in here that makes it feel like we're turning into a metro form of government or an HOA with a lot of these regulations that I'm vehemently opposed to. And I've had constituents, complain to me, and I know I've complained to you guys. I've been copied on this email a couple years ago. So Mr. Chairman, I guess I do have an amendment to this, I guess I would like to make, but I know we're still kind of a Q&A section.
Yeah, hold off on that amendment until we finish the Q&A.
Okay, but I guess I'm just confused because I don't know if you can clarify from what Commissioner Miller said or Commissioner Klein that we passed a zoning resolution that allows shipping containers, and I remember that coming through last year because that was something that was I followed along closely because I've had constituents reach out to me, or I've had constituents reach out to me also about and you'll probably maybe remember this case, somebody kind of in Cottontown area complaining because they couldn't have a trailer for longer than 45 days on their property, and it took them over a year to build their house, and they weren't allowed. And this seems to carry that forward, and I'm against that as well. If somebody wants to live on a camper in their house, in their property in the county, I think they should be able to do it. That's just my personal opinion on that. And so I would be voting against this anyway. A lot of these regulations are amending them heavily. And so I just have a lot of issues with those that, based on my county, as a county representative. But again, there's just one is ambiguity here that bothers me. But I don't necessarily have a problem with these by themselves as far as the shipping container zoning and Board of Construction Appeals that goes along with the Planning Commission. I think that's a good a partnership. So I think I'm in support of this section. So I do want to make that clear. But it's because I already know it can be done, and you said it couldn't. So that, again, that's causes me some consternation.
If I can take a stab at clarifying that, I'm unsure if we pass the health and safety that the zoning people might not have to make some adjustments. I don't know. I can tell you this: the document, the shipping container document, and the health and safety too document, they looked at and they reviewed and they basically approved what's in there, and they made several changes on it. But it's my understanding to this date, they're pretty happy with what they've got, what we put together, because they looked at and reviewed it and made the changes.
Okay.
So,
anyone have any more questions for Mr. Wright? Mr. Jones?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, to be simple, Planning Commission approved shipping containers to be used, but there was nothing in the codes to allow. Is that what this is? Trying to fix what they're approving?
yeah, in the current health and safety standards, it says shipping containers are prohibited. And that's.
So you have to correct this to allow their action at the planning that says they can be allowed.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I understand the reason for this then. I just think there's a little bit too restricted on some of the things that are in here. But I understand the point of it now.
Anyone else before I bring us back into regular session? Okay, Mr. Harris.
In the ICC building codes, does it not give you the code for storage containers?
It does, and the IBC, the commercial, it has a whole chapter in there for commercial use.
So it sets the standards for what you can do with it and what you can do with it,
Yes,
correct?
it certainly
And that's
does.
the code that this county commission has adopted, is the code that you have, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, commercial only.
Okay. Mr. Klein.
I am certain that we approved containers for residential and rural farm usage, and that I don't know what the disconnect is, and maybe that's the reason to defer it back, just so we can straighten this out with planning and engineering. But Planning Commission approved it, and it came before this body and was approved as well. So I don't understand the confusion. If he needs to get it into his safety codes, I understand that. But I know that we approved them for all uses, temporary and permanent storage, residential, the works.
Yeah.
So
I believe I heard Mr. Wright say that basically this is to update the health and safety standard codes to allow for it where it currently.
Yes, and that, can I
Go
answer
ahead.
Mr. Klein's question?
Go ahead.
And then it was forwarded to the legislative committee, and some of the members of the legislative committee wanted it broke down in subcategories. To paraphrase, they wanted to see what were the guidelines for accessory structures, then what the guidelines for housing. So that's how this document came about, where there was subcategories for a house, accessory structure, a storm shelter, underground storage, that kind of stuff. Because that was the direction that I understood that came from the legislative committee.
Okay. Anyone else for Mr. Harrison?
If we were to defer this when we come back under rules for a month to allow time for the clerk to research to find exactly where we approved or how we approved it, nothing would break, correct?
With the shipping containers, it would not, but with the health and safety standards, I really urge you to consider a vote on that, because they don't have nobody to appeal to right now with health and safety. We're kind of in limbo on that.
Okay.
Is it, Mr. Wright, is it, if we removed, your comment just then strictly on shipping containers or the rest of the?
Containers were carved out to spend more time
Understand.
with, but the health and safety standards, we're required by state statute to have a hearing board, and at this time, we do not have a hearing board until the health and safety passes.
So if we carve out the shipping containers and potentially vote on the rest, that would suffice? Okay, I just wanted to understand that. I'm not swaying anybody. All right. I understand. Mr. Teachner.
Just to be clear, thank you for speaking with us, but, I mean, I'm against regulation. It's not our job. I mean, it's America. But the thing is regardless of that, I mean, that being said, telling you my heart, playing my cards right there, all that means is if there's no one to appeal to, that just means we can't collect fines from the citizens. That's all that means, correct?
No, so we don't find anybody,
So
hardly ever. Occasionally we'll find somebody if in egregious violation of a building code, but not for high grass, junk cars.
So why well, that's not in the current code though, correct? High grass and junk cars are not.
That's in the health and safety standards. That's what the health and safety.
So,
standards say.
but why, what I'm asking is, why does it matter if you can't appeal? Like, what is it they're appealing to a board?
Oh, I see your point.
Who's being, what
So,
violation is it? What's
Right
it?
now, the process is they'll get a certified letter, and if they don't act on it, then it will be forwarded to the county attorney, and the county attorney, I think, will send a letter, and if it still doesn't act on it, then they will set a court date. But that's not really how we're supposed to be doing it. They're supposed to, a due process, they're supposed to go before a board of construction appeals or health and safety appeals board for a hearing before they go to the court. And that's the missing link that we have.
But there's already the 2011 health and safety document, right? Standards or whatever.
Yes.
And so I guess my main point, and I won't keep you, I appreciate you answering. It just, as much as I would like for everyone to have a tidy yard or whatever, if I did, I would move to the city. That's just the truth. I just don't understand why the citizens would have to even do that. So I have to separate that and then have to ask why. Just explain to me, what would be the reason? I understand that there's no one to appeal to, but they couldn't actually get a violation, correct, between now and then? If there's not a place to appeal?
Yeah, the appeal would allow them to appeal to a board versus going to court.
He's asking how they would.
Yeah.
Do what?
Yeah. Hey, let's bring it up. Re-ask your question.
So
please.
I'm just asking, like, how would that break anything? I could, okay, how about this? Can I amend that anyone gets a citation? I want to make an amendment that.
No, we're not.
Okay, I'll just make an amendment for that and we'll clear all that up right there. Thank you.
Mr. Wright. No, I'm sorry, Mr. Terry Wright.
Hopefully I can clarify a little bit. I think we're missing a link, is what you're trying to get at. Right now, it goes straight from you to basically the county attorney. No. Okay. May I?
Is that okay?
Yeah, we're.
Well, we are anyhow.
The rules are
So-
suspended, so go ahead.
Really quick.
So-
Basically, if somebody has a violation, they see something, high grass or 50 cars or whatever,
Whatever
okay.
it is.
We'll work with him, we'll send letters, could be 4 letters, could be 10 letters. It very rarely is going to go to the attorneys. We're going to work with these people, it didn't get there in 5 minutes, it's going to take a little while, okay? The only reason why a health and safety board, what do they call it, BOCA and everything, what's it called? The Health and Safety Standard Board. To review anything is if I send you a letter and you don't think that you have what I say you have. You telling me you got 50 cars. Well, I've been here 7 years. I've got one man out of all those 7 years saying, my grass that's up here, I don't want to cut it, period. And Ben Allen and the attorneys before said, we're not taking that to the board. It's not worth it. And he's not going to court either. It's not worth the county's money. This is all, it's very nuanced. And as far as the shipping containers, I've had probably 8 of those moved in all of those years working with the people. Hey, I can't move it this month or next month, and they move it. Sometimes it's taken half a year. But that's how it goes. That's what this job is.
But if we can give them another step to get a permit or to make it right.
Correct.
Would that not help?
that's fine for, if that's what people want to do, absolutely. If that's what people want to do, clad it or whatever, and that's what the building codes director wants, and planning, they're okay with giving a zoning compliance permit for that, then of course, it's no longer on the radar.
But something else that we have to be careful of, folks, which I live in a very rural area, probably one of the most rural areas of this county. My nephew has coon dogs. He loves to coon hunt. That is music to my ears. Now, if it come down the middle of Commissioner Hyde's neighborhood at midnight with his coon hounds chasing a coon, Commissioner Hyde wouldn't like that.
Let's keep it, since we're not in session, let's keep these with the question Q&A.
We have to be careful that we do not cross that line, because we are still Sumner County folks. This is not the city.
Yeah. Yeah, we do have a few more questions.
Thank y'all.
Yeah. All right.
Say he's done.
No. All right. Trying to figure out who's got, Mr. Jones, I know you have a question, and Mr. Mansfield next, and then Mr. Wynn.
Super fast.
No.
Oh, I thought you.
Mr. Jones.
Oh, my bad.
Sorry.
Thank you. So Commissioner Teachner was asking the question, I don't think it really got answered. Right now, the Planning Commission allows shipping containers, but there's nothing in the codes that says anything about how they can have them. And I'm wondering if what you were saying about appeal, they don't have the ability to appeal. What would happen to the people that have shipping containers right now? Planning Commission says that they're okay to have them, but there's nothing in the health and safety standards that gives any conditions by which they can have them. Is somebody going to slap them with some kind of citation because there's nothing in here, or is nothing going to happen because nothing's in here? What are you trying to get at by putting all those standards in here if they've already said that they're allowed, full stop, no conditions, no cladding, no extra stuff? They said that they can have them. What if we remove that section out of here totally, as Commissioner Wynn suggested, and I seconded? Does it go to them getting violations, even though the Planning Commission said they could have them? Explain that part of it.
Well, we're trying to have a balance here and take into consideration what the planning committee recommended, and then when we go to legislative, they have a completely different outlook, some of them. So, and then we're trying to strike a balance with both of them. So the planning committee said yes, bring them in unregulated, but some people on the legislature wanted to see some regulations to them. So that's where we're at. We're struggling right now. I can only say that we respect your decision, and we are a regulatory department. That's what we do. We regulate. It may not be as strict as cities, but we still have to have regulations out in the county. I mean,
So right now, what the Planning Commission suggested has not been passed through to make them legal yet, and this is an attempt to give conditions by which they could be legal. So right now, they are not legal, is what you're saying, because that's how it used to be. They weren't legal. There was nothing in there.
according to our current health and safety standards that we're working with right now, that has not changed, they're completely prohibited.
Yeah.
In residential, you can't have them in. And
So-
until that document gets changed, then that's what we have to go by.
Yeah.
So
So
we
it
have
sounds like
a
the planning
suggestion
commission
from-
has approved, health and safety standard hasn't been updated to also approve, allow.
Planning regulates the land, Mr. Jones,
No,
not the building.
I get it. I get it. Now I understand where we're at.
But Todd has one right now, I think it's 10 or 12 shipping containers.
We got 10.
They just brought them in,
And they're
completely
not
unregulated.
happy about that at all.
So,
And that's not normal. I don't want everybody to think we've got 100 of them out here. We don't. We don't. But this individual brought 10 in, and his neighbors are real unhappy about it.
But I know there's areas also that have them that are inaccessible. Your neighbors can't see them, and some county citizen's going to say, get off my land. It's none of your business what I got up here. There's lots of those in Sumner County. And so I don't see how you regulate this. I appreciate you trying to strike a medium there. And now I understand it's between legislative and planning and trying to balance. I get it.
Mr. Mansfield, then Mr. Nguyen, then Mr. Shove.
Going back to what you said earlier, Marshall, it sounds like you were talking about the appeals process.
Yeah.
It sounds like, I mean, setting aside everything else in the health standards thing, it sounds like a part of this that needs to be pushed forward, if I'm going to pull a part out, is that the Board of Construction Appeals takes over the role of whatever that health and safety standards defunct board is, so that should you guys send a letter out, that they can appeal to that board, because that's missing. So at a minimum, I don't see any problem with making that decision separately, just for that designation and determination that you need the county legislative body to approve that and say that. So I heard you say that. That makes sense, even though I disagree with the rest. Okay, I just wanted to clarify that. And as far as like, my question that came up, I think I'm hearing coming up, is are you sending out violations right now that people aren't able to appeal? Like if you're continuing, like if somebody's doing something that what kind of violations are you sending out? Like based on the old 2011 standards, or these new ones that you guys want that you're sending violations out for?
yeah, the 2008 standards that we're currently using right now, they're sending out certified letters, and we're bypassing the board, health and safety standard board, just like you said, and it goes to the legal department. And they, of course, that can get expensive real quick for the county.
Sure, so that answers my question. I was just trying to make sure I was hearing you correctly on what a need. Like, I'm gonna hone into an actual need of something actionable.
There's a
that we
state
could get to
statute.
tonight.
Yes, and there's a state statute that I read that says if the county has a health and safety standards, they must have a board to hear the appeals.
Okay.
And that's it. That's what
That answers my question. Thank you.
Mr. Nguyen.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Wright. I know it's.
We got it.
So is the coast, are we active or proactively going out and citing people for anything?
We issue correction notices all day long, every day.
So I asked that question only because it's like we're not out patrolling streets looking for violations. That there's a process, and I think it was even in the document we reviewed, that laid out that it was like 3 neighbors within 100 yards had to file a complaint to trigger that. So it's not like we're out patrolling and looking for these things. It's only whenever we're notified that there's action, any action would be taken, correct?
Yes, we only have one health and safety standard inspector. That's synonymous as with a property maintenance inspector. They're the same thing, just different terminology. And he's so busy that he's mostly just reactive for complaints. Sometimes he's proactive, but most of the time he stays busy just being reactive to complaints.
Gotcha. And then last question I've got for you is, how many appeals do we have today?
Right now we don't have any.
Okay. So we don't have any, nobody's waiting for an appeal at all today? Okay, that's all I've got.
I think probably because nobody really knows there's supposed to be an appeals board, so they don't know to appeal.
Gotcha, okay.
Okay, Mr. Shove.
So this kind of follows from the last 2 comments. What changes tomorrow if this gets approved? Like, what happens for like an individual and for you guys? Like, what changes?
Well, one thing that would change is we would send out letters to all the people that live outside of the city limits in Sumner County that they're required to post a 911 address out at the front for emergency purposes.
Okay, and what if they don't do it?
If they don't do it, then they'll probably get another letter, and we haven't got that far yet, so I don't know.
So.
We haven't got that far yet.
This is my last question. I've been listening here. It seems to me, to me, that if we change the these regulations, and some of them I agree with, some of them I don't, that we change the regulations, and that's what changes. Because there's not much enforcement going on, because we don't have a great enforcement mechanism, and there's zero appellate action because nobody's trying to enforce anything, therefore nobody's trying. So what I would, and I'm going to talk about this in a minute, and I hope I won't talk too much, but it seems to me like the real problem that we're looking at here is not changes to the existing regulations, but how do we enforce it, and how do we deal with appeals such that it's like there's something that actually happens. I would posit that that's actually the thing that needs to change.
Any more questions for Mr. Wright? All right, thank you, sir. I'm going to pull us back into session. We are entertaining an amendment to remove the section concerning shipping containers. Mr. Teacher, on this amendment, or you're on the main?
I actually am both. So it bothers me that we have anything on here because I don't like the way that's worded, but me saying I don't like the way it's worded and I'm opposed to the entire idea of regulation on county citizens. It just doesn't make any sense. And I don't know, I've never been for that. I don't believe it's American, don't believe it's conservative. And so I make an amendment that the only thing that goes through is just to assign an appeal board of BOCA, being the appeal board, takes that place and wipe everything else clean. That's just what I do.
Second. So this is an amendment to the other amendment. Can you restate this amendment?
My amendment is that everything wipes clean except BOCA take over the appeal process if there's not somebody assigned already. Like I said, I'm against all the regulations.
Can you clarify what you mean by everything wipes clean?
Like I think we should throw everything out.
Okay, so I just want to make sure you don't have any policy at all, except that they can appeal to Board of Construction.
Well, except for the fact that Tennessee state law says that I can't have a prostitution ring, or I can't shoot toward my neighbor's house.
Come on. I want to understand what you're saying.
I'm saying
so there's nothing. If there's no policy, there's nothing to appeal. So I don't understand what you're wanting.
There is a policy, and it says on here that it was revised in 2011. The one that he was speaking about.
Okay, so I don't understand then what your amendment is.
So my amendment, he said the most important thing is there's nobody to appeal to before it goes to court.
Okay.
Even though I don't think it should ever go to court over somebody's grass being so tall I lose my baseball in it. But I do believe that if he said that we have to have somebody to appeal to for the citizens' sake, I believe we should have just have a named board. I don't care what you call it, but I was just saying
So your amendment here is to keep the existing 2008 policy.
It says revised 2011.
Okay, so the existing, he said 08, but, so yes, so keep the existing 2008, 2011 policy and only add a piece that they can appeal to the other board.
Yes.
Is it BOCA, is that what you're saying?
And in good conscience, defer it back to Planning Commission to punch out any of the holes.
Okay. So your amendment is to keep the existing 2008, 2011, add a statement that for the appeal process and defer it back to the rest back to legislative for further consideration. So your amendment is defer it to planning?
Yes, to planning, because I just believe with it being county-related, that it should be more planning commission-centric than it should be regulatory-centric in nature.
Yeah, all right. Mr. Mansfield, on this amendment to the amendment? Yes, it got a second. Mr. Mansfield seconded.
Sure. This thing's is a mess. We have no business voting on this tonight, anything. But I do agree with my fellow commissioner's amendment as far as what I asked Mr. Wright of singularly approving BOCA being that Health and Safety Standards Appeal Board, taking it over. I think that's a good thing to do. I don't see anything that would preclude us from doing that this evening, so that's why I seconded that amendment. I'm still fuzzy on this. This should go back to planning versus legislative. It's go back to the planning. To me, it's just it's a longer process. But I mean, I don't know what planning would do with this, and maybe I don't know if the planning chairman or our planning members would want to chime in on this. But I know the planning commission is already approved, and our county zoning and the county commission is already approved, to my understanding, the fact that we can have storage units as residential, storage containers, shipping containers as residential units, which is great. I understand Mr. Wright's proposal to update the Health and Safety Standard Code from 2011 that would then bring that into compliance with what the Planning Commission has done. I understand that. I think that's a good thing. I can't agree with some things in here, as a fellow commissioner said, that's written in here as written. So I think it's a great idea to ship this all back, either to legislative or planning. I just not sure if it needs to go back to planning versus legislative, so I might want to hear from our planning members to maybe Mr. Tichenor might be willing to modify his amendment as far as where it's deferred back to. That's my only question as far as I see expediency. So
all right.
I don't know if our planning
Mr. Tichenor, are you willing to modify and send to legislative? Can you hit Mr. Tichenor?
Yes, with the contingency. The reason why I said planning, and this is why I don't care what it winds up being, what the body says is fine. But I do believe the reason why I said planning is because I think if there's anything out of whack, I don't want it to go through legislative if it's not what was already passed through planning and this body. So therefore, I want it to align with planning's wishes and this body's wishes, as opposed to going through legislative and then we run into the same problem that we're in right now. Do you understand what I mean by that?
Yeah, I understand, but I believe that would be handled if it went through legislative.
Well, and the reason why I said that there's so many regulations, I can't do harm to my neighbor for my property already. So it keeps us somewhat safe. Is what I'm trying to say about you can't have a gun range.
So your official amendment is deferred to which? Planning or legislative?
Can I ask the head of planning just to state on that? Because
Mr. Klein, can you get Mr. Klein? Can you hit Mr. Klein?
I think the Planning Commission would be happy to take this on. We work with the Planning Department, at every meeting, and we've got a meeting tomorrow. I'm still a little confused why this document doesn't have containers allowed in it, but I think we would get to the bottom of that working with Marshall Boyd and Sidney Simpson. And we could take on some of the other things. Years ago, I decided to let 2 acres of my 5 acres go fallow so that I could grow a forest. Well, by this regulation, I would have been cited as soon as my grass got to 15 inches. I have a neighbor with a 46 Chevrolet parked in his front yard. It's kind of an art piece. He would get cited right now. And I'm seeing things like the caulking between bricks and windows. And I'm wondering,
I want to keep it just on if you think it's planning or legislative. That was the question.
I think planning is more geared to this than than the legislative committee is.
All right, thank you. Mr. Teachner?
I can clarify.
Okay, go ahead.
Hello. So I agree. I think planning's appropriate, but the reason why I said it, and I'm okay with it going to legislative with one contingency, can we take the document that came out of planning and was passed through this body? Because I remember us voting on it with the shipping containers and things. So any of that, can we take that and align it and put it in the packet with legislative when it goes before legislative? That was my only concern.
Yes, Mr. Boyd has been very, very involved in all this.
Yeah.
He's been intimately involved in this, so yes.
You understand, though, I just want to make sure that we don't have the same problem again.
Yeah.
So I'm good with changing my amendment to go
Okay.
through legislative.
All right, so now the amendment, second's okay with that? Mr. Mansfield, okay. The amendment is to keep the 2008, 2011, add a blurb about the appeal process for the BOCA, and then defer the rest back to legislative for further. Okay, so that's what we're voting on right now. Mr. Rogers? No? Mr. Jones?
Yes, so.
Specifically on this amendment.
Yeah, and to be clear, that was the intent of my second, was I wanted to keep shipping containers in the county. I didn't like them like this, but I didn't understand that if we didn't have anything written down in the safety standards, then we wouldn't have shipping containers at all, is what it sounded like. But hearing what Commissioner Klein said, that was voted on, it was approved by the whole commission, and then what Commissioner Harrison said about we'd like to see where that was approved by the whole commission, just deferring everything except for the thing that's going to break tonight, getting the Board of Construction Appeals on there for the appeal process. I'm fine with that. So either, if I needed to withdraw my second, I was going to make it cleaner, but if this is a hostile amendment that just totally overrides this, I'm good with that too.
Yeah. Mr. Mansfield on this, or you, okay. All right. So we're going to vote on this amendment to the amendment, okay? Does everyone understand what this amendment to the amendment is? Do I need to repeat? All right. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay. So the amendment to the amendment passes. So now we're basically that is the amendment. No one else is in the queue right now. So let's go. So this is the amendment, same thing we just voted on. Is everybody clear on that? This is the amending the main motion. That was an amendment to the amendment. So now we're voting on that amendment. We're going to do this like 3 times. So everybody, it's the exact same vote that we just had. Okay. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? So now we're back to the main motion. Mr. Schoaf.
I just want to add back in the shipping container verbiage. I think it's good. I think it's pretty good. I mean, we don't have anything on it now. I think that what they put together was reasonable. I mean, maybe it's wrong. People can vote against it. I'm fine if it fails,
Okay,
but
so
I'm good with it. My motion is to accept everything else, but to add back in the verbiage that they have on the shipping containers.
Second.
Okay, so there's a motion and a second to add back in the specific language.
Yes.
On the shipping containers.
Correct. The language is here.
The language is here.
No, it's not outlawing it. Yeah. Oh, it's not. It's just.
Mr. Mansfield, you want to speak on this? All right, Mr. Mansfield.
I'm going to make an amendment to that motion. I seconded it.
Yes, he did.
On the health and safety standards on intermodal shipping containers page, I would just label page 1 for that section. There's a caption that says intermodal shipping containers guidelines, and there are 1, 2, 3 paragraphs. I want to strike all 3 of those paragraphs from this.
Can you help me on the page number?
It just says 1 down here. I mean, I can't help you. The title is Health and Safety Standards on Intermodal Shipping Containers at the top. It's after the numbered page 25 when you're going through our packet that's on this health and safety standards.
Okay. I got you.
So it's going to be that page 1. It's the new page 1.
I got you.
So it's basically under intermodal shipping containers guidelines, striking 1, 2, and 3, those paragraphs, because it does not allow, basically it's kind of to me, it's too much, in my opinion.
The motion maker's good with this, and I just want to make sure, I think I'm good with it. I see what you.
All right, I want to make sure, has everyone found this in the pack? Okay.
I understand, the certificate of decontamination guidelines. I get that. Like I said, you don't want somebody having a meth lab or some chemicals in a shipping container or something that's biohazards. I mean, I understand that from a healthy safety standards perspective. I don't have any issues with that necessarily. I know this is covering commercial use, which is already permitted. It's adding containers for dwellings, which is basically giving, in my understanding, the same kinds of guidelines that if you were going to build a house for your family, this is basically adding in some of the same standards for structures, because ultimately if somebody's going to sell one of these, and it's been approved by our codes department that somebody's going to be living in it as a dwelling unit, I know that there would be things you don't want crazy stuff happening. I've not, again, I haven't fully digested this, but I mean, it might be better to send it back, but I do like the idea of approving this and bringing it into the residential component, minus what I moved to strike out. So.
All right, so Mr. Mansfield, under the intermodal shipping containers guidelines.
It's just it's paragraph 1, 2, and 3 right under it.
Okay,
right
so then it would only include starting with the according to IBC?
Correct.
Okay, and if I heard Mr. Schoaf correctly, he changes his amendment to match this, so now there's no amendment to the amendment. So the amendment is to strike the first 3 paragraphs, but keep the according to IBC 104.9.1, and also it is strongly advised to review. Okay, that is the amendment. Mr. Nguyen on this? Go ahead, sir.
Mr. Chairman, and maybe I'm missing it, and I know if you talk to my wife, she'll let you know that I'm pretty dense sometimes, but when I read chapter 1 of this whole document, and it says, the health and safety standards shall constitute the minimum sanitation requirements for land, structure, facilities, and vehicles by addressing unsanitary or unsightly conditions, I just struggle to see how any of these things address sanitation with any of this. I can see the decontamination was the only piece of all of this, but why is it in this document? I'll go back to the exact same question I started with. It doesn't do what this document is intended to do. Why would we put it in there? I mean, I think at the minimum it needs to go back to committee just to review and get a better understanding of kind of where we're at and how it can better align. But none of this addresses sanitation. And we're going to continue to talk about codes. You got international building codes that address all these different things that we're talking about. And, just because they're international codes don't mean they're good codes for Sumner County. That's another piece, It's like, yeah, they're great in California, and lots of things I think are said to be great in California, but then we hear about how horrible they are for Sumner County. So why we would want to do something like this is still beyond me, but I still cannot get past none of this deals with sanitation. Maybe you can help me understand it, Mr. Chairman. I don't know. I might be missing it again. Sometimes I'm dense.
Yeah, to me, there's a layer of sanitation with when you talk about having shipping containers on property, but I'm not the expert. So do you have any motions or anything, amendments?
No, because this will be to add this back to the document we're deferring, or set it back to approving.
This would be approved tonight. This
section would be approved.
This amendment would add, yes, these 2 paragraphs in this section.
Would be approved along with the authorizing the Construction Board of Appeals.
Correct. And then everything else is sent back to legislature.
And everything else gets sent back.
Correct.
So everything else in this document that actually addresses sanitation issues gets sent back to committee, but the one piece that does nothing for property
If
sanitation.
you want to read it like that, yes, that is correct.
I mean, again, I don't think I'm like reading it like that. I'm just reading it.
No,
you
no,
know?
no,
Yeah.
that's fair.
Yeah.
Anything
so
else?
When we talk about certificates of occupancy and all these other different things that are in here, how does that address sanitation? It doesn't. I mean, let's just be honest. So it doesn't, you know? So anyhow, I'm not going to support that. And, you know, just on its face, because it's not sanitation related. It just, in my mind, it does not belong in this document.
Right,
You know,
thank
lots
sir.
of great work. I don't want to diminish the work of those who put into it. I think it may belong somewhere. It's just not here.
All right, thank you, sir.
Yep, thank
Appreciate it. Goodness. Mr. Ring, we haven't heard from you in a while.
Would this be satisfied by just us removing any reference to shipping containers out of the 2008/11 health and safety codes? If we took that completely out, then it would only deal with planning. It wouldn't deal with health and sanitation at all. Thank you.
I'm not the expert, but.
It was kind of a question for the attorney.
So Mr. Ring, can you give the mic to Mr. Ring? Restate.
Okay, can I amend? Okay, I make an amendment that the references to shipping containers be completely stricken from the 2008/11 health and safety standards.
Okay, so that's an amendment.
As an amendment.
To this amendment.
Correct.
Okay. Okay. Is there? We don't have a second yet. I know. Well, yeah. Well, hold on. Wait. Does anyone have a second to Mr. Ring? Second. Okay, we have a second over there. Okay. Now, I will entertain a motion to suspend the rules. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, yeah, I understand. Yeah. Any opposed? Okay. Any opposed? All right, Mr. Wright, can you come up to the microphone? So do you understand the question, sir?
Yes.
Okay, can you answer the question?
Yeah, if y'all decide to remove the language out of 2008, 2011 that references shipping containers, then we will have nothing in there, so they would be becoming completely unregulated. And it sounds like that's what a lot of commissioners want. They wouldn't get zoning approval, they wouldn't get building permits. You could put them in your front yard, whatever, probably, but they would be unregulated if you took that out. Now, that's from the health and safety standards. I can't speak on behalf of what may be in the zoning resolution. Does that answer your question? Okay.
Okay. Bringing us back in session. Okay. Now I'm trying to think where we are. So the amendment, again, we're going back to adding this intermodal, the two paragraphs at the bottom of the section. Mr. Mansfield on this? Okay. Mr. Teacher on this? Okay. Mr. Rogers on this? Yeah, you're right. You're right. Yeah, thank you, sir. Good point of order. Okay, Mr. Ring, who was your second? That was Mr. Wynn. Okay. All right. So, okay, so that was Mr. Rogers. Call the questions. Put that on the board. Needs 16 votes. Is there a second to the call of question? Okay. All right. Needs 16 votes.
Each commissioner record your vote.
Okay. Question's been called. No, we've already voted. All right. Oh, call the question. No. No, we're about to. Mr. Nguyen is withdrawing his second to Mr. Ring's motion. There's another second, okay.
But you were calling the question on to move for a motion, so it still would have gone.
Yeah, so, okay, here we go. So the motion here is to remove, is an amendment to remove any language in the 2008, 2011 that references shipping containers. And we're voting on that right now. This will need 13 votes. Put that on the board, please.
Each commissioner records your vote.
Okay, so that amendment passes. So now that's the amendment to the amendment. So Mr. Schoaf's, so that changed Mr. Schoaf's amendment. So let's vote on that amendment now. No, that was an amendment to the amendment, so now we're back. That changed the first amendment. Yeah, so we need to vote on the amendment. So this amendment that we're voting on now is the exact same thing we just voted on. Okay, it's the exact same language, but this is now the main amendment. So let's put that on the board.
Each commissioner records your vote.
Okay. So now we're on the main motion, and the amendments at this point in time is to keep the 2008, 2011, remove any reference to shipping containers, and add language about the appeal process to BOCA. So that's the main motion we're on right now. This is, and defer the rest back to legislative, yes, correct. So that's the main motion we're on right now. Mr. Rogers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I guess my question would be directed towards legal. For these complaints that we have at this time, and they've been addressed, notices, and now they're ready to go before this zone of appeals board, if this passes in 10 days after the mayor signs it, or however many days it is, and that works. And then this health and safety board is formed. What happens with those notices? Are they going to be advised they now have a due process, or are they wiped clean? Everybody gets a clean slate here in the county? Where do we line with that?
Mr. Law Director, can you address that?
In an overview, yeah, there will have to be some kind of notice requirement to that person, but here's my problem with the way this is styled right now, is it just says to add language for the appeals process to be included. I don't know what they want to see. So what we have is, I don't know what's going to be ratified unless you're giving me instructions as part of this resolution to go with what codes or planning tells me to put in there as the regulatory part of this. So I'm running with no guidance with just a general statement like that. But to answer your question, yes, any process that's involved would be included in any notices that a potential violator receives.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I make the motion to refer this back to Planning Commission.
Second.
Okay. Refer is no debate, 16 votes.
Back to planning.
Okay.
So we can get all this ironed out and procedures as we go.
Okay. Law Director says this was never in planning, but basically we're going to refer it to planning.
That's correct.
Okay.
That's where it supposedly all started.
No debate, it needs 16 votes. Let's put that on the board. Was there a second to that act? Yeah. Okay. Let's put that on the board. To refer this to planning.
Each commissioner records your vote.
That's the.
Okay.
All right. That passed, 17 votes. So that item has been referred to planning. What item was that? Okay. Yeah, I'll clarify. We'll make sure. Mr. Teachner wanted to vote a yes on that last one. Okay. And so what that vote was, we referred this resolution, the whole thing, to planning.
So we have no appeals process, which is what we're worried about.
That is correct. That's correct.
Oh, wait, change it back to no.
All right. Okay. Yeah. Hey, hold on a second. Hey, please, bear with me. I've heard Ms. Miller would like to change her yes to a no. Okay. Would anyone else want to change their yes to a no? Okay. So that takes us below the 16 votes. Okay. You're allowed to change your vote until the end of the meeting. Go. Yes, sir. Okay.
Never mind. Go ahead.
All right. So those votes, Ms. Holmes, Ms. Miller changed their votes to no's. Mr. Teachner kept his vote as a no. So that left it as 15 yeses. You agree with that? Okay. All right, so the motion to refer fails to reach 16 votes. All right, so now we're back on the main motion that we've amended a few times, which is to keep the 2008, 2011, remove any shipping container language, add a clause about the appeals process to BOCA, to the law director's point. Yeah, just figure out what that language needs to be. And defer the rest back to legislative. That's the main motion we're on right now. Okay? Mr. Mansfield.
I guess I don't see why there would be any confusion on the language, since I guess hearing our director speak, it sounded like that language was going to be included in this document, should have been approved. So I think that I assume it's in here somewhere. Otherwise, I don't think it would have been mentioned that they wouldn't be able to do that. I do agree that I see a lot of things in here that have nothing to do with sanitation, like the length of my neighbor's grass has nothing to do with sanitation. I have somebody having a car in their driveway or a car or a boat in their yard that doesn't have a license, that has nothing to do with sanitation. There's a lot of things in here that I have problems with. So I want to make some amendments to this before this is sent back to legislative on the defer. Basically,
so you want to make amendments of what gets deferred?
Yeah, I'd like to, but
I think that's out of order.
That's fine. Well, there's a couple of things that are wrong in here. One's the Board of Construction Appeals is appointed by the county commission, not the county mayor. It's a 7-member board, not a 6-member board. So there's language in here that actually isn't correct at a minimum. But I guess who do we send all of our changes to? Do we send that to the legislative committee?
I would think the legislative chairman, Mr. Harrison.
Okay.
Or whoever else you want.
That'd be fine.
Yeah. Okay. Mr. Jones.
Call the question.
Okay. 16 votes. Let's put that on the board.
Each commissioner record your vote.
Okay. No one's in the queue. Let's put it on the board. That failed, but no one's in the queue. Let's put this on the board. This is the main motion as we've amended it and amended it. Okay? 13 votes are needed. Let's vote.
Each commissioner record your vote.
Okay. All right, we're on legislative item number 2. I'm going to take a 10-minute recess. So we will start back at 10 minutes after 9. All right, we're back in session here. Mr. Rogers, we're on Legislative Committee, item 2605-17. Go ahead, sir. 07, sorry.
Yes, thank you. And we probably seem like we've been on 17 at this point. 2605-07 is an approving an interlocal agreement with the City of Gallatin, and with that, I so move.
Motion and second. No one in the queue. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? So that's unanimous. And we added an item, what would you say, 2605-13, I believe. Go.
Second.
Okay, so this is the term limits. Who made the motion? Mr. Schoaf, seconded by Mr. Mansfield. Mr. Schoaf?
Y'all, we've been here a long time. I'll try to keep this short, but look, people want to do this like, I literally was just having a conversation with a family member, and it was about DC and things that go on there. And he said, you know, people, we need term limits because this is supposed to be service and not an expletive career. And like, that's just the truth. And that's what people, you know, we all believe that coming in here, and then we seem to suddenly think that when we're in here, oh, well, government can't run without me because I'm so special. Like, that's not true. Like, if Matt disappeared yesterday, like, the budget would be fine. Somebody come in, it'd be fine. Like, we're nothing special. And if you're bothered by people being on Facebook too much or those kind of things, which I can be, I'd love to have more of them come through here. Have more of them come through there. They have to deal with this stuff. They get to learn how much of a pain it is. This is what it's supposed to be. It's supposed to be about service. So we need to pass this.
All right, thank you, sir. Mr. Harris.
I have an amendment.
Oh, okay. What's the amendment, sir?
Under item 2 of the back of the resolution, where it says 2 4-year terms, I'd like to change that to 3 4-year terms.
Okay,
and add to that, after setting out 2 consecutive 4-year terms, shall be eligible to run for Sumner County Commission once again.
Okay, so I understand, I call it the changing it from 2 to 3 4-year terms. What was the second part?
After setting out for 2 4-year consecutive terms, shall be eligible to run for Sumner County Commissioner again.
Okay, and there's a second, but I want to make sure I understand it so I can explain. So if we're changing it to 3 4-year terms, and then your second part is after.
They will be setting out for 2 consecutive 4-year terms, and then will be eligible to run again after they set out 2 consecutive.
Okay, so in theory, someone could serve 3 4-year terms, then set out 2 4-year terms, and then do another 3. Oh, okay. Does everyone understand the language? No. Okay, so the language here is, his amendment is to change this to 3 4-year terms, but then after sitting out 2 4-year terms, it resets it where they could run again for 3 4-year terms. Okay, so 2 4-year terms resets the clock. Not in office. Is it? Everybody understand the language? I'm not asking if you agree. Does everybody understand the language? Okay. So there's an amendment. And a second. Mr. Schoaf on this amendment.
I just want to note that in an ideal world, I would be against this, and it would just be 2. I could be maybe 2 or 3, maybe, and out. In an ideal world, I'd be against this, but I'm hoping that if, this is one of these compromise things that we say are evil, because I'd rather see the ball get moved forward 4 yards than nothing at all. So even though in principle I might be against this, it's my hope that if I vote for it, maybe we'll get a couple more and we'll get this over the hump for 16. So I'm going to be for it, even though, like in principle, I'm maybe not.
All right, Mr. Mansfield.
I didn't quite hear. Is this in perpetuity? Like you run for 3, somebody could run for 3 terms, sit out for 2 terms, run again for another 3 terms, sit out for 2 terms, run again till they're dead.
It would reset the 2 terms. Yes. That's what this amendment is, at least.
I'm going to just make an amendment to the amendment to strike that second part completely and keep in the 3 4-year terms, but on point number 2, it also have to say a former commissioner who has served 3 4-year terms, so changing that language. And on item number 3, the language would also need to change to, for the ballot question, so that no person can serve more than 3 4-year terms in their lifetime, whether consecutive or not. So there's several places in here, regardless that the 3 4-year terms, and that's in item 1, that's in item 2, as well as item 3, as far as the ballot initiative question. Okay. So that's my amendment, is just to change that language, but strike the after sitting out 2 consecutive terms shall be eligible to run again. Okay. That's my motion.
So the amendment to the amendment is to change the reference from 2 4-year terms to 3 4-year terms on items 1, 2, and 3. So that's the amendment to the amendment. And this also would remove the piece of the 2 4-year terms sitting out, would reset the clock. So that's the amendment to the amendment. Everyone understand that language? Yes, there is a second. Ms. Miller was a second. Everyone understand the language? Okay. Mr. Teachner, on this amendment to the amendment? Yes. Okay.
I want to make sure that it's not ever confusing to the voters if it goes to referendum or to the voters. Like, that's really the point. So I do agree with that. I was going to make an amendment, but I like this one just great. I'm not going to make it more confusing. So thank you.
Thanks, sir. Mr. Jones, on this one?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. I was looking just to see if it addressed previous served years, and I think it does with number 3. So no matter how many they've served before, they can serve 3 more 4-year consecutive terms, 12 more years on top of whatever they've already served, right? Am I reading that correctly?
Yeah,
Number
I'm trying
3.
to see where is that number 3? I'm not disagreeing, but
Take effect only upon approval by a majority of qualified voters in a countywide referendum. In accordance with Tennessee law, said referendum shall be held in the next general election. The key point is shall take effect once that happens. So previous serving does not preclude you from serving 3 more 4-year terms.
Okay, yeah, to clarify that, so when, and I'll ask Mr. Mansfield who drafted this, is that, Mr. Mansfield, is that in line with your language of the original? Because if not, we may have to hold on and maybe make an amendment.
I have a follow-up too, depending on how he answers.
Yeah, can you hit Mr. Mansfield's mic?
That is not how I wrote it, the intent. I understand you're saying about the language. I did have a original version that had a language in there that actually came before this body, or I attempted to last summer. I think this is the 11th month I've brought this forward. It was basically anyone who was currently serving would be grandfathered in for another election. But basically, this is just, if this passes after a general election, it basically, in my opinion, would preclude anyone from running again.
If they've already served 3.
Correct. I mean, I didn't explicitly say that.
So do you want to modify this amendment to the amendment that you're on?
I don't want to complicate it at this point as far as
what the language is. Well, it's not clear right now, so it needs to be stated one way or the other.
So we can, let's dispose of this, and then if you want to make another amendment to make that more clear, we can do that.
Okay.
Okay.
So, all right. I mean, it's pretty clear. It says, shall Sumner County adopt term limits for county commissioners so that no person can serve more than 3 4-year terms in their lifetime, whether consecutive or not. That's kind of the ballot language. And point 2, a former commissioner who has served now 3 4-year terms, regardless of whether served consecutively, shall be permanently ineligible to run for or be appointed to the office of county commissioner in Sumner County.
Okay, that's the part I missed.
So no grandfather clause is mentioned there. Okay, so the language on the amendment to the amendment that we're voting on right now, considering, is to change the reference to 2 4-year terms to 3 4-year terms.
So my follow-up question, depending on how he answered that, was if this passes tonight, it would be enacted after the state legislature took it up and passed it. Is that correct? Or is two years from now? So
I want to let the law director chime in here on.
I'm trying to get the timeline for what election cycle it would happen on.
Yeah. That's why I want the law director to chime in. I agree with you.
Yeah, first there's the private act, and then there's the actual referendum itself. So it's whenever all of that plays out, then you would have your trigger point.
It's my understanding it would need 16 votes here. It would go to the state. It would have to pass the state. Then it would come back here, 16 votes to then put it on referendum.
Okay, so at the most, it would be 2 years from now before it would be put on a referendum.
That's my guess. Yes. Yeah. Because his mic's not on, repeating for those. The guess is at a minimum or at the most is 2 years time frame.
So it'd be the next election cycle before. So the person in question would serve out this next 2026 term before this even took effect. That would be their third term.
Yeah.
That could be their third term.
The 2026 election could be their third term, and if it gets passed in its entirety, that would be, if any of us would have been 3 or more terms, would be the end of it.
They'd be out.
They would not be able to run again, correct? Yeah.
Gotcha. Thanks.
Mr. Hyde.
Mr. Chairman, just two things. I am one of those people who thinks that we operate under term limits, that if the people in your district don't want you, they're going to let you know and you're not going to run, or you run and they retire you. It's just my opinion. And then the second thing is, and I've wondered about this thing that keeps coming back over and over and over again, and wonder if it's not a political ploy against certain people, or if why we don't, on this and volunteer fire departments, we are 2 or 3 months from many of us in this room saying goodbye. And while we can't wait for another commission to take up something this important, that's just my thinking. I'm not trying to force that thinking on anybody else. I am a little bit concerned about sitting out, because that's going to push me into the 90s when I come back to run. And that may be a problem, unless I get a lot of help. Thank you.
I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thanks for the laugh, too. Mr. Teachner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think the beauty of it, actually, to Mr. Hyde's point, is that we won't have the final say. This commission won't. It'll go across. It'll span 2 commissions. You know,
the next commission would have to get the 16 votes.
Yes, and so I think that even makes it more fair for the citizens. You know.
Yeah, fair point. The next commission would have to get the 16 votes. Well, yeah, and then if 16 votes, then it would go to referendum for the voters. Yeah. Okay. No one else in the queue. The language we're voting on right now is the amendment to the amendment is to change the 2 4-year terms to 3 4-year terms and not include the reset language. So that's what we're voting on right now. Let's put that on the board.
Each commissioner records your vote.
This only needs 13 at this point in time. Okay, That did not receive 13. So now we're back to the amendment, which is still the 3 4-year terms, but it adds the reset clause. And I do have a question along those lines. Mr. Harris, on your amendment, and I'm just asking a question. If someone was to, let's say, serve 2 4-year terms, and maybe, let's say, they got beat on their 3rd election, would they have to sit? They wouldn't have to sit out again? Okay. So the reset would be after their 3 terms, or okay. Yeah. Can you get his mic?
Set out 2 terms is if you have a big turnover on the county commission, say you have 19 or 20 people leave, you're going to have somebody to be on here that knows a little bit about what's going on. And by allowing them to come back on the county commission after setting out 2 terms, maybe that would allow that to happen. Does that make sense?
I understand what you're saying, for sure. Okay. All right. So this is the, everyone understand the language of the amendment? Okay. We'll go Mr. Harrison.
Just a question. In the event, because we just saw in the recent primary that we only had 10% participation and no one qualifies in a district, that could happen. What then?
No one qualifies to run, to be on the ballot?
And somebody could, is that to say that somebody who would then be potentially ineligible, maybe they've served their 3rd term, nobody else qualifies?
Yeah. In that scenario, then the commission would appoint a commissioner to fulfill that term.
And that individual would not be eligible, even though nobody else said that they wanted to run?
According to...
You see the flaw?
Yeah. According to the language, they would have to sit out 2 4-year terms before they were eligible. That's according to the language. Okay. Mr. Schmidt.
Yeah, I'm just really more of a comment on the amendment. Speaking to people in my district, I think most of them that I've talked to are okay with 3 terms based on the Board of Mayor and Aldermen. I honestly have not posed this scenario here where they would sitting out 2 terms and then coming back. Everyone I've talked to, it's been 3 terms, you're done. So just really making a comment, just in case anyone has any questions. I'm not going to support this amendment because, again, they're okay with the 3 terms and you're done. They're not okay. Well, I don't know that they're okay with this amendment because I've never posed this to them. So I can't support this amendment because I don't know really how they would feel about that, but I do know how they feel about the 3 terms, and it's 3 terms, you're gone after you've served. So.
Okay, thanks, sir. Mr. Mansfield.
I do share my fellow commissioners' concerns there, and I have no objection to 3 terms. I know people like that as well, so I'm not going to fight over 3 terms versus 2 terms personally. I do object to the sit out for 2 terms and come back in perpetuity. I don't agree with that, but I guess I'm going to make another amendment to the amendment to go into my fellow commissioners' amendment. I do want to correct, I guess, what he said, to change it where it says 3 4-year terms, both in section 1, 2, and 3, where applicable, instead of 2-year terms.
Yeah.
So that's part of it. But I also want to add, I've had a lot of people reach out to me and say that they would like the county mayor as well to fall under these same conditions. And so I basically want to amend this to say, as far as from the title and it's going to be on the title, it's going to be in the fourth whereas, the sixth whereas, and then obviously section 1, 2, and 3 on this to basically say county mayor and members of the Sumner County Commission. And I'm going to add that and not with those language changes, but in keeping everything else, Mr.
Okay, so make sure I understand. So you're wanting to go
Correct.
with the 3.
In all language throughout the document.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, before we get, yeah. So you want to change the reference to 3, everywhere it's noted. You want to remove the reset clause? Or you want to keep?
No, I'm not touching that.
Okay, so the reset clause stays?
Correct.
Okay, so change it to 3, and then include the county mayor.
And county mayor and county commissioners.
Okay.
And everywhere it says for that, like that's going to be in the title.
Yeah.
It's going to be the fourth whereas, the sixth
Okay.
whereas.
So the language is, it'd be 3 4-year terms. It would also have the reset clause of the 2 4-year terms, and it would be the county commissioners and the county mayor.
Yes.
Okay, that is the amendment to the amendment. Ms. Miller is a second to that. Okay, everyone understand the language? All right, Mr. Harrison.
Just curious, why not all the remaining constitutional officers, like highway superintendent, county clerk?
Second.
Didn't make a motion. I'm just curious, why are we singling out just the mayor?
I don't know. Mr. Mansfield, you can get back in the queue if you want to respond to that. Mr. Jones?
Can I ask you a question about the last vote? Was it 12 positives on the last vote?
Yes.
So we're one vote short of passing that. Do we want to revisit this next month and try for that one extra vote, or keep the threshold of the reset with 2 more terms?
We're going to need 16 votes to get this moved forward.
Okay,
So,
even
yeah.
tonight, okay.
Yeah. When this is the main motion, it needs 16 votes.
I gotcha. I thought that was after it came back.
Oh, no.
Never mind.
It's both.
So, can I make an amendment? Is there only one right now?
No, this is we need to dispose of this one first.
Point of information, Mr. Settler. Is it legal, since the constitutional amendment, constitutional officers are independently elected, we have no say over them.
Mr. Ring.
Can we do what this amendment is proposing?
I'm not 100%.
We're the legislative body. We can.
I've not been tasked to research that part of it. I only did it from the commissioner standpoint, so I don't know of anything that says we can't.
Okay. All right, that's the point of information.
Since I can't make an amendment, can I ask the maker of the amendment to add something to it?
No.
It will fit within that amendment.
Yeah. No, that's
Just a
you
reset
can get back
one
in
4-year
the
term.
queue. So, Mr. Schoaf.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So this was just a response to my fellow commissioner over here, and I didn't make this motion, but on why some positions and not others. There are generalist positions, there are generalist elected roles, and then there are kind of more specialist elected roles, right? So like a judge, for example, is a pretty specialized kind of role. A sheriff is a much more it's maybe more generalized than a judge, but it is a more specialized role. You have to be a law enforcement officer. Whereas a mayor is this is a generalist role. The county commission is a generalist role. There are probably some other ones that fall in between. But I think that's a pretty good answer for why some of these, a generalist role is one that has broad kind of authority on a bunch of different things, whereas these kind of specialist technical positions really have a narrow lane. So I think it makes it a little bit different for how you might limit one versus the other.
All right, thanks, sir. Mr. Mansfield.
Yeah, just answer that question with the point of information. Article 2, Section 1 of the Tennessee Constitution expressly provides that the qualifications and duties of county officials shall be prescribed by the General Assembly. And 1, term limits do constitute a valid qualification for holding elective office. Tennessee State Supreme Court has confirmed that. And so in order for any, whether it's school board members or whatever it is, if that's going to happen, the only power that is delegated to anybody in this county to ask of that is the county commission for any elected office. So the county commission, as the county legislative body, has the authority to request a private act, because that is how the only way this would be applicable under state constitution and state law is a private act to allow for these term limits. And it's exactly what the cities have done. City of Hendersonville voted 90% of its voters wanted term limits. And 80% of Gallatin voters, via referendum, voted for term limits. Over 82% of Americans, independent, Democrat, Republican, want term limits. In Tennessee,
if you can focus on the adding the mayor piece.
Well, that pretty much comes to it is that whereas clause in the Article 7, Section 1, explicitly provides that for county officials, the General Assembly has that authority.
Okay.
So that's where the authority lies.
All right, thanks, sir. All right, so let's put this before you click the button. This amendment is, it changed it to 3 4-year terms. It keeps the 2 4-year terms reset clause, and it changes from the county commissioners as well as the county mayor. So that's what we're voting on right now. This is the amendment to the amendment. So that's, any questions on the language? All right, let's put that on the board. 13 votes are needed.
Each commissioner records your vote.
Okay, that fails to get 13 votes. We're back to the amendment from Mr. Harris, which is the 3 4-year terms with the reset clause. Mr. Schoaf.
I think the last argument was compelling about who has the authority to do this. So if it were up to me, I would, listen to my own argument here about generalist versus specialist. I'd like to propose an amendment, and it'll probably fail, but that's okay. It's the spirit of it, that everywhere where we say county commission, we say county commission and Sumner County Board of Education member.
Second.
Okay. Okay. So the amendment to the amendment is the 3 4-year terms with the reset, and it would be the county commissioners as well as the school board representatives. Okay. No one, Mr. Jones, is in the queue.
I would just like to amend that.
Can't.
Can't. I'll be back.
Mr. Schmidt on this?
Yeah, just a really point of information in case anyone asks. I can't support this either because it has the reset clause in it. And again, like I said before.
Thanks, sir. Got you. All right, let's put that on the board. 13 votes needed.
Each commissioner records your vote.
All right, that fails. We're back to the main amendment. Mr. Hyde.
How many amendments do we have?
There's one.
Half a dozen? One?
Well, we're right now, we're on the one amendment.
Well, since this is just a recommendation anyway to the legislature, let's just throw all the county officials in there. If we really believe in this, we believe in it. So let's just throw all county officials in there. Anyone elected in Sumner County.
Including the judicial? Everyone, okay.
Yes, sir.
So, and there's a second here. So this amendment would be the 3 4-year terms. It would include the reset clause, and it would be all county elected officials. Okay, that's the language. Let's put that on the board. 13 votes needed. Hold on. Point of information. Mr.
And I guess this may be a parliamentary inquiry. In order for this to fit judicial, would we not need to modify that to 8-year terms? A 3-year term, or, excuse me, 4-year terms for all others and 8-year terms for judicial?
Yeah, fair point, because those are 8-year.
That's correct.
8-year terms.
Well, now, the reason why I said that, Mr. Chairman, we got a lot of chatter going on. We hear it all the time, words matter. So if we're trying to get down and get in the particulars here and send a strong signal of what we support, then those terms may need to be identified.
Okay. No, that's fair. Mr. Hyde, can you speak to this amendment as it regards to?
Mr. Chairman, if this is a recommendation to the legislature, let the legislature deal with it. And just saying that our belief, our feeling is that there should be term limits for everyone. And they can establish what kind of term limits or when, where.
Okay. So,
or what.
To make sure, well, I don't know if we're sending something to the legislature, we need to be specific, right?
As a recommendation to the legislature.
Yeah, if we're sending something.
Whether it has to be a constitutional convention or what, because the legislature can see that a constitutional convention occurs.
Yeah, I'd like the law director, can you get the law director's mic, if you can just speak to that?
I don't think we can give the state that much latitude to form this up as a simple ask to, hey, do something about this, because we'll have to be very clear in our referendum and what it is we're trying to seek. So we'll have to be able to transmit that, what it is we want to the state as part of that.
Because you're, to this point, I mean, it's, we probably need to consider like appointments versus elected, et cetera, but in the language. Mr. Teachner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Wouldn't it be, just this is a question for you and the law director, you can point it wherever, but wouldn't it be just as simple just to say 3 terms? Because I know that some are 8, some are 4. If there's anything that's 2 that we're missing, or somebody that's 6, that way we don't have to worry about it. And that makes 24 years for a judge, but still, it's still a term limit. And, and I think that at least the general idea is given to the state legislature for what we're wanting. And then if they change something from there, at least it's honoring what Mr. Hyde was saying. So,
yeah, if you were to say 3 elected terms, the only issue with that is sometimes if it's midterm, I guess the recent judge is, I don't know, filling out, I guess 4 years or whatever it is. Sheriff Craddock had the same thing. So I don't know what the language, I understand what you're saying.
Sure.
I think I understand the intent, but.
You can direct us. You know what I'm saying.
I don't necessarily know what the wording, what was the point of order?
The floor is full, right? We don't have any more room for amendment? Correct.
Yeah, we're just talking about, correct, we're talking about this amendment though, yeah. We're discussing the amendment. So Mr. Hyde, can you, according to the law, we need to be specific on what we send to the state instead of general guidance. Well,
I think Mr. Teachner may have said what I would say. If we're saying terms, leave it with just terms. And I would remind everyone here that the attorney gives an opinion. That is not what has to be followed. It is a legal opinion.
Fair. Anyone else in the queue? No. Okay. Okay. All right, let's put this on the board. So this amendment to the amendment includes all elected officials. Everybody understand the language? This needs 13 votes. Put that on the board.
Each commissioner records your vote.
Okay. We're back to Mr. Harris's amendment. Mr. Rogers.
Make a motion to refer back to legislative.
Okay. A motion to refer this to legislative. No debate. It needs 16 votes. Is there a second? Okay. So let's put this on the board. No debate. This needs 16 votes. We'll refer this to legislative.
Each commissioner records your vote.
Okay, we're back to the main amendment by Mr. Harris. No one else is in the queue. So this is the three. Mr. Teacher just hopped in the queue. But this is, I'll call on you. This is the 3 4-year terms with the reset. With the 2-term reset, sitting 2-term reset. Okay, that's what we're on. Mr. Teacher.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm just going to make one appeal to my fellow commissioners. We don't get to even decide on this ultimately. There's been concern about whether or not the constituents would want the 2-term reset. I understand. I would prefer the 2 years, the 2 terms as opposed to 3. But that's just me splitting hairs on that. Right now, there's not anything close to that. It's going to be a long time before it even comes around, and it still has to be voted on by a completely different commission that I'm not even on. Has to get 16 tonight, has to get 16 then, has to get voted on by the legislature, has to get voted on by the citizens. So there's a lot of hoops. So they would have to really want it in order for everything to align and even pass. So I just appeal that if you're kind of interested in what the citizens would like with it, there's plenty of opportunity, and I love everybody's opinion for it. I don't mean any of that ugly at all. I'm just saying I think it would be a great opportunity because I can't even vote on it again. So it's kind of a beautiful, passing of the baton in multiple ways, multiple bodies that would do it. There'd be 4 different bodies, including the citizens, that would vote on this. So.
All right. Mr. Schmidt.
So when talking to constituents, they liked 2 terms. But then when the subject came up throughout our discussions, would you accept 3 terms as it was proposed in the past? I believe at the very beginning, they were okay with that. But again, I don't see anybody that I've talked to that wants to see a sitting county commissioner serve 3 terms, sit out for 8 years, and then come back. I'm not going to name names, but I can tell you there's several people in the county they don't want to see. So, in other words, this reset clause would probably piss them off.
All right. Mr. Mansfield, your speaker's on. I don't know, but if you want to speak now, go ahead.
So, clarifying the amendment we're voting on.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not seeing where items 2 and 3 have changed the language on it.
Now that's
if the maker,
it's
just assume that we're going to change the language to update the entire document to say 3
correct
terms.
Yes.
I guess my concern also comes to what the question is going to be submitted to the voters on the ballot and how that shall read. With that new amendment, because that'll have to be addressed as well. So right now it says vote yes or no on the following question. Shall Sumner County adopt term limits? And this is for voters going in a voting booth. Vote yes or no on the following question. Shall Sumner County adopt term limits for county commissioners so that no person can serve more than 3 4-year terms in their lifetime, whether consecutive or not? So what would that language then need to be amended to be if you're going to vote on Commissioner Harris's amendment? Then basically where that comma is, whether consecutive or not should be struck out, and I guess language should be added confusingly, in my opinion, that said after sitting out at 2 4-year terms shall be eligible to run again. I just want to clarify that would have language to be worked into this as well to be consistent with the body of the amendment. So
Yeah.
I just want to make sure that's what we're voting on, and it's clear.
Yeah, I understand. So, Mr. Harris, do you want to speak to that? Again, if we're looking at this, it's the bold part in the middle of the back page of the quote, vote yes or no on the following question. Shall Sumner County adopt term limits for county commissioners so that no person can serve more than 3 4-year terms in their lifetime, whether consecutive or not? What would be the language you would want?
But shall be eligible to run again after setting out 2 consecutive terms.
Okay. So would you want to strike in their lifetime, whether consecutive or not?
Well, yes, I'd say in their lifetime would be struck out.
Okay. So you would strike out in their lifetime, whether consecutive or not, and then what was the language that you wanted to add?
But shall be eligible to run again as Sumner County Commissioner. You got me confused now.
After sitting out.
But after setting out 2
terms.
consecutive terms, you shall be eligible to run again for.
Okay. You got that? Okay. So everybody understand the language here? Okay. Say that again, Mr.
Consecutive to.
More than.
Yes.
3 4-year consecutive terms.
Correct.
Just as a point of information on my part here. So the 3, what you're saying is the 3 4-year terms would have to be consecutive. So you could be, what if a scenario, 1 term, not a term, 1 term, not a term, 1 term. If it's, they can just keep. Well, I mean, there's people that have, but you're saying, so, okay, so it'd be more than 3 consecutive 4-year terms. Okay. Okay. So if they ran 2 terms, got beat, they could run again and do 3 terms consecutive. I thought.
I think yours was right. I was wrong. I was trying to use a little honeymoon reason.
All right. So you don't want, so, okay, repeat the language then. This whole sentence.
As a former commissioner who has served 2 3-year terms, regardless of, you have 3 4-year terms, well, hang on a minute. A former county commissioner who has served 3 4-year terms, regardless of whether served continuously, shall be eligible after setting out 2 4-year consecutive terms, shall be eligible to run for Sumner County Commission again.
Okay. So you're saying county commissioner so that no person can serve more than 3 4-year terms. That's the end of that clause. Okay. Okay, but that's the end of that clause. Okay.
But shall, after setting out 2 4-year terms,
The reason I'm asking this from the language standpoint, without the word consecutive, it's either 3 consecutive or it could be 3 lifetime. It's one or the other.
It would have to be consecutive.
Well, then I would recommend you include the language that clear that up.
All right.
Yeah. Because it'd be 3 lifetime and then the reset, or 3 consecutive, then the reset. So
Okay.
which one,
Consecutive.
Okay. All right. So the language is 3 consecutive 4-year terms, and then the language that would get reset after sitting out 2 consecutive 4-year terms. Okay. All right. It's different, but everyone understand that language? Okay. Mr. Jones.
Can I possibly offer just a cleaner version of what he just said, make it simpler? It's a lot easier for the voters to understand. No, if he accepts this, then this is just an easier way to say what he just said. Shall Sumner County adopt term limits for county commissioners so that no person can serve more than 3 consecutive 4-year terms without sitting out for 2 terms?
That is a lot cleaner.
Okay.
You don't have to have all the other stuff.
Are you
at the
okay
end
with
of
that? Okay. All right.
It's just shorter.
It is basically. Okay.
It's just shorter.
All right. Is the maker of the amendment okay with this? Is the second, whoever seconded this about 3 hours ago, okay with that?
Was it 3 consecutive?
It wasn't consecutive. Okay. All right. So, Mr. Teachner. Okay, good. All right. We're going to vote. All right. So this is the amendment. It's the 3, changing it to 3 4-year terms everywhere it's noted, in items 1, 2, and 3, and then the language of that reset clause that we just talked about. Everyone clear? Okay. This needs 13 votes. Let's put it on the board.
Each commissioner records your vote.
Okay. Now we're on the main motion as amended. This will need 16 votes. Let's put Mr. Wynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to put a few things out there. Is on term limits. I know there's a lot of discussion. It's always been, career politician. We hear a lot about that, but we're talking about for county commission part-time roles. We get paid $500 a month. I don't think that's a career. Maybe it is for some, but I don't know how many. But one thing I will point out, and because I have done a bit of research on this and just looking through and pros and cons of term limits, and I know we stated those in the past, but just a few notes, and I apologize. I'm going to read these. There's a bit of detail here. But there were several research papers have studied term limits on municipal part-time public servants, and it may be surprising, but they actually were all very inconclusive on if there were any benefits for a part-time office. One interesting finding highlighted was a significant number of counties that had adopted term limits voted to rescind the term limit legislation or amend the number of terms in the limits after they'd already been enacted. So one item that was of interest to me, I represent more of a rural area, but more rural counties found it necessary to consider repealing term limits because they discovered, coincidentally the hard way, that there were not enough qualified candidates either running or willing to run for office. And so the more populous parts of those counties did not have such a problem. And so, I know we've heard about Gallatin's got term limits, Hendersonville's got term limits. That's the most populous part of our county. So They wouldn't necessarily represent the challenges that some of the more rural areas to the northern part of our county may experience. Also, too, just one thing to point out, and this is just in this past primary cycle, the Robertson County side of White House area that I represent could not field enough candidates to fill the county commission seats for the district. I'll say it again. The Robertson County Commission could not field enough candidates to fill the seat. There is not a single candidate running. They're going to have to appoint somebody and find somebody. So, like, this isn't just conjecture. It isn't just, we want to hang on to the power. We want to make a career out of this $500 a month job. There's real issues that I don't think that we're fully thinking through. I mean, this feels great, to come through and give the people what they want, because we've got two of our most populated cities who are coincidentally on charter style governments and are allowed to do term limits to that charter, have term limits. And by the way, we haven't seen the impact of those term limits yet. No one's termed out. So we don't even truly understand in our own backyard with live test cases what could potentially be a problem that we don't know about. Continuing on here, so the state of Colorado actually enacted term limits on any non-judicial officer at the local level with the option of local governments to lengthen, shorten, or eliminate term limits in their jurisdiction. At the time of the study, 77% had eliminated term limits. I'll repeat that. 77%, this is in the state of Colorado, had eliminated term limits for one or more of their local offices, with the other third eliminating term limits for all offices. That's pretty strong. And this isn't Wes's opinion, this isn't what I think would happen. These are actual studies that are out there. There's not many out there because, career politicians on a part-time level, it just doesn't make sense to me. And I guess it doesn't make sense to many others, but that was some of the other things, that was some of the things that were found in that research paper. Also too, let's see. So in most recent studies found, and it was conducted in 2024 specific to local municipalities where there were several key takeaways from that research, that one, I think it's even been mentioned here, term limits would remove from office highly qualified elected officials who voters like. Also two, term limits would reduce the incentive of elected officials to work hard and please voters. It's a little counterintuitive, but we'll get to that here in just a minute. So most incumbent success is attributed to the popularity of the candidate and not the institutional advantage of the incumbency. And that was another result for that study. Term limits also appear to reduce economic growth and increase ideological polarization, which I think we definitely need more of in our state of politics today. To widen that gap, I feel like we definitely should be doing that. So there are still reasons to support term limits, particularly when our elected elections and governing institutions do not perform as intended. But there may be better solutions out there that we, quite frankly, have not looked at. We literally have just shown up for the past 10 months with the same resolution, with let's do this because the people want it. I would be willing to bet, and I'm willing to challenge. As a matter of fact, I may put a resolution in front of our legislative committee to, do away with property taxes and do a referendum for it. Guarantee you that'll pass. Yeah, because the people want it, but it's not. We're not thinking about the long-term effects of that. One other thing too is that the studies did find was that term limits actually reduced long-term thinking and moved it towards short-term gain. So your elected officials actually shifted away from that long-term perspective on what's best long-term to what can I get accomplished in my short amount of time that I have in my seat. So there was actually a detriment attributed to term limits. Mr. Chairman, I want to get those on the record as reasons why I'm not supporting term limits at this time. I don't feel like we've done our due diligence. At the local level, for a part-time position, there's so many unanswered questions, there's so many unknowns. You know, I would be willing to, let's let Gallatin and Hendersonville play out. I mean, we'll know Gallatin here in another cycle, because you'll have folks right at that term limit, and we'll be able to see, okay, what's the impact there? Hendersonville's got a couple more cycles. So we'll be able to actually see that. And that's here in Sumner County, that's specific to our area. One thing we won't know, more or less, is the more rural areas, what the impact is going to be there. So we're already seeing where, again, there are challenges for getting candidates in those rural areas. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I'm not going to support it, and I yield back. Thank you.
All right, thanks, sir. Mr. Shove.
I have to say this one just because what the fellow commissioner just said reminded me of it. Because we were talking about the $500 and this isn't a career, and I agree with all that. This is actually dollar for dollar, like, you know, we're getting paid like 30 cents per hour. But all that said, my favorite, so I won $500 one time at a Halloween costume, and I was playing one of my favorite characters, and it was Heath Ledger's Joker. And if anybody watches that movie, he says, it's not about the money, it's about sending a message. And the message is, I'm not here to tell people that I know better than them. If 90% of people tell me that, hey, we think there ought to be term limits, then I'm going to support it. That's the message. Simple.
Okay, all right. Mr. Mansfield.
I echo the sentiments of my fellow commissioner here on that one. It is, when you have 110,000 people, 90% of which in one city and 80% in one city support term limits, it's a pretty good gauge on the county. I did forget to add that Hamilton County actually passed a resolution for term limits unanimously this past spring, both for the county mayor and county commissioners for 3 terms. And so that there is definitely other counties are doing this besides Sumner County, and they sent that as a private act up to the state legislature to act on that. But you know, I do want to share how other people feel on term limits outside of citizens. Billy Graham said, for decades, career politicians have made promises and broken them. They stay in power while the people struggle. The system wasn't built for them. It was built for us, the people. It's time to restore integrity. Time to elect leaders who serve the people and not their careers. Term limits, accountability, real change. I don't care if it's a part-time position, $500. There are people, career politicians, who have made this a career and who sometimes vote against the will of the people. In Federalist number 39, James Madison, founding father, described the fundamentals necessary for a Republican form of government as guaranteed in Article 4, Section 4 of the federal Constitution, including the elected holding office for a limited period. Madison stated in the Federalist Papers, number 39, if we resort for a criterion to the different principles on which different forms of government are established, we may define a republic to be, or at least may bestow that name on, a government which derives all its powers directly or indirectly from the great body of the people and is administered by persons holding their offices during pleasure for a limited period or during good behavior. It is essential to such a government that it be derived from the great body of society, not from an inconsiderable portion or a favored class of it. And I know that there are people who would want to run in certain districts, but they don't feel that they can overcome the obstacles of money or challenges or the incumbency. Also know that there would never be any problem of anybody running for a county commission in Sumner County, especially if we switch about 12 districts instead of the 24. I voted against the redistricting to 24 districts. I'm still opposed to it. I think 12 districts is the best way for this county to go and be changed back to. It gives 2 representatives per district so that if you get somebody elected that you might not feel agrees with your opinion and you elect somebody else that does, you've got 2 people that are opposite of each other, but you're going to have everybody covered in that situation, such as the case in the previous commissions, especially in my district, my previous District 11. So there is definitely a remedy for finding a pool of people who have been willing to run, and I've never heard anything. Sumner County would not have a problem at any point of people to run, and Sumner County overwhelmingly wants term limits, and so I fully support any effort for term limits for all county officials.
All right, thank you, sir. Mr. Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would just like to respectfully push back on my commissioner's statements here. You could put into Google just about any question you want and get whatever results you want to get. What are the negative impacts of term limits? You know, and you could get all of what he said. Or you could put in what are the positive results of term limits and get, you know, somebody from the other side of the argument. But the two places he did name, Colorado and Robertson County, are pretty rural places, and there's may not be a lot of stuff going on in some of those areas. I don't know what city or specific area of Colorado there was. They're very rural. I mean, I wish we were as rural as Robertson County sometimes, but I can see where there may be a challenge of getting people to run in a very rural county that's not very active. Sumner County doesn't have that problem. We are extremely active. We got a lot of stuff going on, and we have a lot of agendas going on. There will never be a shortage of people. We saw over the last 2 election cycles, if not, I mean, it was blatantly clear over this last one that there are political action committees that are going out and driving people to run for these places because they have agendas. They want to see Sumner County go in a certain direction. We're never going to have a shortage of people to run. So I don't agree with that argument. We've had county executives and county mayors reach out to people to get people to run for spots that are open. I don't think we're going to have that problem. But I think we need to listen to the people, and our founding fathers wanted us to go serve and then go home. They said, go serve and lend your expertise or whatever you have to offer, then go home. Let somebody else have a shot at it. That's what keeps government moving slow. But the way it is now, the government's running roughshod over the people because the people cannot get in there to make any kind of positive change. Something's got to change. I'm not hearing any other offers except for this term limit resolution. We have to pass it in some form. Some people say, well, they're not going to pass it with anything more than what their constituents said, 2 terms and out. This may be the only way you get term limits, and your constituents, I think, will understand that. I'm for something versus nothing. We can tighten it up later, but right now we have nothing. So I want to pass term limits in some form. So that's why I'm willing to support this tonight.
Thanks, sir. Mr. Klein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was elected to represent the people. The people want term limits. I'm voting for this.
All right, thanks, sir. Let's put this on the board. This needs 16 votes. Hold on one second. We've already voted on his amendment. We're on the main motion. Yeah, we did. We did. We voted on it. Yeah. Are y'all paying attention? No, I'm just kidding. No, we did vote on that. It passed. Yeah, it passed 14? 14-6. So yeah, so we're on the main motion. Mr. Harris's amendment passed with 14 votes. So we're on the main motion. This needs 16 votes at this point. Everyone clear on that? All right, let's put it on the board. 16 votes are needed.
Each commissioner record your vote.
All right, that fails. Mr. Rogers, anything else from the legislative? All right, appreciate it. Yeah, that was the main vote that needed 16. It got 12. Is that good? Okay. All right. Budget, Mr. Schoaf.
Okay, mercifully toward the end. Appropriate, item number 2605-08, appropriate $5,000 to EMS. We have a motion.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? So that's unanimous.
Chairman, motion to group and approve 9 through 12.
Okay, there is a 14 and 15, but you want 9 through 12?
Sure, make it 14, 13, 14, 14.
Okay, so there's a motion to group and approve the remaining budget items. And a second, Mr. Mansfield.
13. Yeah, I guess I have a comment, I guess, on new item number 7, the $100,000 for the architect for the new courthouse. Fundamentally, I got problems with this. I find it ironic, we can't get cooperation to even get $6,400 approved for the Latimer Brown House for a phase 1 demo renovation for the architects to even do a design, and yet we're willing to throw out quickly $100,000 for an architect. It's my understanding that one of the members actually made a motion in this ad hoc committee to add an architect to the committee as well as a builder so that we could have input and reduce cost. And that idea was rejected because the committee wanted to just pay more money and for an architect. I find that ridiculous. And so I'm going to, I guess, make an amendment to reject this request as well as direct that an architect and a builder be appointed to this courthouse ad hoc committee to review things to see what kind of cost savings we can have.
Would you like to make an amendment to pull item 7 off of this group and approve, and then go it that way?
Well, I'm fine with that too. So
Okay,
I'll make an amendment to
it's
pull
your-
item 7 off
Okay.
of group and approve.
All right, so the amendment here is to pull item 7, the up to 100,000 for the old courthouse, out of this group and approve. There's a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, I've got the ayes have it to pull that out. Okay, put that on the board. So this 13 votes needed is to pull item 7 out of. All right. Anyone else want to in the queue already that wants Jones Brown on this? All right, Mr. Wynn, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the comments of the previous speaker were somewhat, I guess, directionally correct, we'll call it. There were motions made to add an architect and a builder to the committee, but it was more or less with the thoughts of them doing the work, and that's why that was rejected, because you need an architect to do this work. It's just like the architect that's been contracted for the Brown House. You know, why did the Brown House ad hoc committee not add an architect to the committee? Because at some point you have to pay someone to do the assessment, and with a building and as historical as the courthouse, we need to have professional services to get that done in the appropriate manner. So while you can have some advisors, and that was one thing that was mentioned in the committee that the previous speaker failed to mention, was that an architect and a builder can be brought on as an advisor, but adding them to the committee was not something that the committee was willing to do.
Okay. So you're going to vote to keep it in the group and approve?
Yeah, I'm
bucket?
going to vote to keep it in the group and approve,
right.
just because I don't feel as though the committee was doing anything to
Okay.
run up cost or spend money frivolously by any means.
Good. Mr. Klein on this amendment? On something else? Okay, Mr. Klein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to correct it. When I made the suggestion on the ad hoc committee to bring on a builder and an architect, it was because they have expertise in those things and they could help us make decisions. It was not specifically to hire them. It was to bring them on as consulting, just as I wanted to be on because I was an expert in construction.
Okay, thanks, sir. All right, let's put this on the board. So this vote would need 13 to remove item 7 from the group and approve bucket. Let's vote.
Each commissioner record your vote.
My amendment still stands of what I made since that failed, but I made an amendment to this item to appoint the county commission as the appointing authority. Should an architect and a builder be willing to make those spots available on this courthouse ad hoc, that's my amendment, and to defer this back to Gen Ops for the dollar amount until such a time as those two appointments have been made.
Okay. So my brain was trying to catch up to you, so can you repeat that one more time?
So my amendment on number 7 is
Yeah.
to defer that $100,000 back to committee,
Okay.
and to, as the county commission is the appointing authority, that we appoint tonight 2 slots for that committee, the ad hoc committee, to have an architect as well as a builder on that ad hoc committee, per Commissioner Klein's original request and suggestion.
So that's your amendment to the group and approve,
Correct.
is to,
Defer that $100,000 item back to Gen Ops and to appoint tonight 2 slots, not the persons, but the slots for that ad hoc, to include an architect and a builder, per Commissioner Klein's suggestion.
yeah, I'm trying to think.
I'd like to just I'd like to get you to make an amendment.
Yeah, hold on a second.
County,
Yeah, hold on. Yeah.
Gen Ops is not the authority over the county commission.
Yeah,
The
and
county
if we
commission's
wanted,
authority
to
over
add an
Gen Ops.
item to the agenda, we would have to need 16 votes, and we can do that a little bit later. That would be, if we want to add an ad hoc, so that would be
I'm not doing
16
that.
votes.
I'm not doing that. The commission is the appointing authority. Gen Ops does not have authority outside of this county commission. This county commission is the appointing authority for all committees, and subcommittees. So if this county body chooses to appoint somebody to any committee, whether it's an ad hoc or a standing committee, this county legislative body can do that. So that's what my amendment is for this legislative body to appoint or apportion 2 slots to the ad hoc for an architect and a builder with expertise, per Commissioner Klein's request and recommendation, for helping guide this process to reduce costs and defer this.
But my ruling on that is that would be an additional agenda item to make those appointments.
We're not making appointments. I'm making a slot. So
You're making a slot.
I'm not making an appointment. I'm making a slot. And now Gen Ops can definitely go and appoint, but I'm just overriding Gen Ops in the fact that, and the ad hoc, to say that we want to have 2 more slots on that ad hoc. Now, who they want to put on it, that's up to them.
Okay.
So that's within our purview as a legislative body. And obviously deferring the $100,000 back to Gen Ops until such a time.
Okay. Yeah, I thought you were wanting to actually appoint them, so,
No.
okay, I got you.
I'd like
All
to
right.
get you to make an amendment to that.
Okay. So does, at least from a language standpoint, does everyone understand what Commissioner Mansfield just stated? Okay. All right, Mr. Shove.
Yeah,
This is on this amendment.
the only thing I want to make on that amendment is, I'm good with appointing the person on there, but I'd like to see this move forward. I supported it in budget, so I would just like to strike the deferring it back, but we would still go ahead and appoint those. That's what I'd like to do.
Okay, so an amendment to the amendment is to remove the deferring back.
Correct.
But it would
So
include.
we'd move forward, but we
It would
would-
include an additional 2 slots.
Yes. Yes.
Okay, that's the amendment to the amendment, and Mr. Harris seconded that. Amendment on the amendment, Mr. Brown? Okay, we'll get to that. Yeah, let's dispose of this one first. Anyone to speak of this amendment on the amendment? Mr. Teachner? Can you click on him?
You were good. You were live. Stop it.
The whole move and approve stuff is just. Can you?
Testing, 1, 2, check.
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Sorry about that. It was my fault. I pushed it once too much. So the problem that I have with this amendment is the entire reason and rationale for having a builder and an architect on this is to possibly save money for the people. And so if we approve $100,000 and just put 2 folks on there for show, that's like having a couple people lip syncing in the band. It doesn't make sense. And so I think we got to say no to this in order to say yes to the other one. So.
I want to make sure I understand. If the idea is to put an architect on the committee, and then I don't think that's legal.
No.
I don't understand. I guess help me understand.
I got you. I can help. Okay, so if we put an architect on there, just like if we were to have an entertainment committee and I were to ask Commissioner Klein to be on there because he's in entertainment, it wouldn't mean I was hiring him to be the one entertaining. He would just be helping make sure that we make good choices toward entertainment. Or if I were to hire, Commissioner Sullivan and we were doing something school related.
I understand that, but I don't understand how your previous point.
No.
I think your previous point contradicts that.
Oh, no, it doesn't at all. So if we're approving $100,000, and the original stated agenda item, and then the amendment was, let's defer this back, and in contingency with this being deferred back, let's put an architect and a builder on this committee in order to save people money, hopefully. And I don't mean,
but it's up to 100. They're still gonna have to spend money.
Well, it would still save them money, hopefully.
It's up to 100.
It would be the advisement, though, and I don't mean we would appoint them to actually draw up the blueprints. That would be, I don't mean that, but I think that's what they're talking about is if we defer it back, what if it doesn't have to be up to 100? Because you know as well as I do, if it's up to 100, it always winds up being 100.
Yeah, I think it's 89, I think, in the packet.
So, I mean, just if we've got a number, let's defer it back with 2 people that can be appointed that would have expertise in that field and just allow them to, I wouldn't be the one to be appointed for that because I don't have expertise in that field. It would just make sense to have somebody come back, look at it and say, hey, this can be a way to save cost. We're looking at what we actually need. And then it just goes forward. It's due diligence to make sure that we don't spend the taxpayers' money that's not ours anyway. So it doesn't make sense to approve the up to 100,000 if we don't go back and defer it with the appointment of the 2. Does that make sense?
No, it doesn't, but that's fine. I may be the only one that doesn't. But I appreciate the comments. Several people on the queue. Mr. Brown wants to speak something else. Mr. Wynn on this amendment to the amendment. Can you hit Mr. Wynn?
So the budget request for this isn't for a final design. It is literally for a condition assessment. I know this hasn't come to it wasn't included in the packet, but this has been in 2 different meeting agendas in their packets, the proposal that was put together by the ad hoc chairman. So it's to assess conditions, to also do community engagement, to run that, to get help with like what vision that the community would want for that space and for that courthouse. So you'll have community participation, as well as the final report as far as for the conditions and what would be needed to if there's repairs or asbestos abatement or whatever the case is. This isn't doing anything with design at this point. It literally is like where are we today? What are we working with and what condition is it in? And then are there any structural issues? So identified through that. And also too, I think part of that is for a contingency as well, just in case there are any overages, but all within that up to $100,000. And I do find it a little surprising that some are making assumptions that this is for the final product when it's literally just getting the base assessment done, and you really need the professional work to get that done. And you need that seal and that stamp and that certificate saying that this is where we're at, so that somebody has the actual ownership and liability of that product, that end product. So,
Okay.
thank
Thanks,
you,
sir.
Chairman. Yep.
All right. So we're on Mr. Mansfield's, like a First Amendment. Okay. Okay. Yeah, restate your amendment to the amendment.
The Second Amendment on the main here is that we would pass we would not defer, so the up to 100,000 would pass forward. However, we would go ahead and add those two position types onto that ad hoc.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. On this amendment to the amendment, anyone else? Who? What was that? Oh, okay. Mr. Rogers.
Thank you, sir. So, I don't know, I guess I'm asking legal. Can we ask an architect to work for free on an ad hoc committee and a builder, or who's paying them, or are they willing to accept a free work on this committee? I mean, I get it, we're going to ask them to serve on an ad hoc, but who pays them at the end of the day?
Yeah, I would think it would be a volunteer committee. I could potentially see a conflict of interest somewhere, but I don't know.
Was my next thing.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right. Anyone on this? Okay, Mr. Klein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to clarify it. The reason I wanted to be on that ad hoc is, number one, I own property on the square. Number two, I was a builder. We've got two other landlords, Clay Haynes, who's the chair, and Reggie Mudd. It's a civic duty thing. They are landlords with other properties on the square. We have two mayors. They understand what the county and the cities need and what we're looking for in there. We have other people who have expertise. That was why I was suggesting the expertise of an architect would be invaluable, and so would the expertise of a builder who understands costs. When we're debating and discussing, they can come up with answers just like that I don't understand, because I'm not an architect and I don't build currently. So I don't see the problem with Commissioner Schoaf's suggestion. We're going to spend $100,000 on architecture. That's a given. This is up to, so this in some ways could be a slush fund for the architecture that's going to be required on this. And as Commissioner Wynn was saying, this was broken up by the chairman into 4 separate sections, and those are going to happen sooner or later. So I don't see a problem with allocating up to $100,000, because I know we're going to spend more. It's a big building. It's got a lot of work to do. I was just saying that to have the expertise as a civic responsibility by an architect who, we've got several who have retired recently, aren't even looking for work, that might want to be on this committee, as well as builders that would understand the costs of today. That, I just wanted to clarify that.
All right, thank you for doing that. Mr. Mansfield.
Just be honest, I'm shocked to hear that we're wanting to spend up to $100,000 and it doesn't even include an architectural plan at all, which means it's going to be no telling how much more later on. I'm just surprised to hear that. I know the proposal was for $89,000. That's why that's been set up to $100,000. But I think it's even worse hearing what was said, that this isn't for an architect. It's just for somebody to come up with some plans. I mean, isn't that the responsibility of the general ops, of the ad hoc committee, of the county mayor's responsibilities? I mean, it's like, I think we're offloading and paying somebody to do something that I think that's why we have these committees and people serve on these committees to do that work. So I just think that's even, to me, it sounds crazier personally. And so of spending that money. So I'm definitely a hard no on this completely. Thank you.
All right. Anyone else on the amendment to the amendment?
Something.
Yeah, go ahead.
The commissioner just stated that he's concerned about the $100,000. The $100,000 was put out there for us to, we haven't even bid anything out yet. We don't even know. This is giving us an idea on what we need to do initially to get it going. we hadn't chosen anybody to do anything.
I would,
Yeah,
I would also
thanks for
just-
that point for information.
just to make one more note on that, this is also directionally in line with about what we did for the courtroom build-out, which is,
Yeah.
so I don't think it, while I agree with some points of, I don't think this is, the magnitude of this is crazy.
Okay. Mr. Sullivan, did you push your button? Okay. Anyone else on this amendment to the amendment? Mr. Teacher?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to make sure that, for the record, I didn't assume this was going to be one and done. I was just meaning if we don't know what direction to go, it might be wise to get a retired architect and a retired builder on this committee in order to push us in a good direction instead of just starting out with $100,000 and no direction. That's all I meant. So just to clarify, I was not assuming that we were going to have a new courthouse for $100,000. Thank you.
Gotcha. Anyone else on the amendment to the amendment? All right, Mr. Schoaf, state your amendment to the amendment one more time.
The amendment to the amendment is that we would press forward with the up to $100,000 appropriation, but that we would add the positions, not names, to the ad hoc committee to include an architect and a builder.
All right, let's put that on the board. Needs 13 votes.
Each commissioner record your vote.
Okay. That fails to get 13 votes. Now we're back on Mr. Mansfield's main amendment. Mr. Brown, you're still on the -10? Yes. Okay. Mr. Jones on this?
I was actually in before him, but I got switched around through there. No, mine's on
Something else?
-10 also.
Oh, okay. All right, then no one else in the queue. So, Mr. Mansfield, just restate your amendment at this point, and then we're going to vote. Can you hit Mr. Mansfield?
To defer the $100,000 back to Gen Ops Committee, as well as open up two spots for an architect and a builder to be on the ad hoc committee.
Okay. Everybody clear on the language? All right, let's put that on the board. It would need 13 votes.
Each commissioner record your vote.
Okay. All right, that fails. So we're back on the main group and approve. Mr. Brown. It's okay, Mr. Jones. We'll get to you.
Okay. I'd like to defer 2605-10 back to the self-insurance board since we never saw this. It says in the amendment that this body hereby appropriates $3,008,550 from the self-insurance casualty restricted fund balance to group workers' comp for a medical bill received for an extensive hospital stay resulting in fund shortage as shown in the attachment. Now, when we met on the 10th, the highest thing we had was approaching $800,000 by our consultants from ESP. That's all that we had. We didn't see any $3 million.
Was it the same
So
individual?
we would like to see this before, I mean, we met for a good amount of time. I mean, I know they met this evening for about 15 minutes, but I would like to see.
Was it the same individual that you're talking
I
about?
don't know.
Okay. I want to ask the law director to share whatever, I know there's HIPAA rules and all that stuff. Share whatever information you can share, law director, on this item.
This is a on-the-job injury that actually compounded itself after it got linked to a prior OJI, and it is a very bizarre set of circumstances that occurred. and it's resulted in some significant medical care for the employee and expensive medical care for the employee as well, which has led to the ask because there's not enough in the line for this year to cover that one-time expense, and that's what we're asking for here is the amount to cover that one expense that's come in, and I'm very limited in what I can go into as far as the employee goes, obviously due to HIPAA and other sensitive information related to that. But that's what this is. I've reviewed it at length. It's gone through our risk management person as well, and we've been on top of it for a few months, but didn't receive the bill until very recently.
So it was an on-the-job injury, and these are the medical bills. So that's that. So, Mr. Brown, your amendment was to defer item 10 or -10, item 3.
So we could have the ESP consultants.
To the self, yeah.
Who deal with large loss like
Mm-hmm.
this. You might have information.
Okay. Is there a second? Okay. Ms. Browning, do you have anything to add? What was your comment?
It's basically the mechanics of what's going on with the money move.
Can you add any information about the mechanics that's going on with the money involved here?
Well, one thing regarding what Mr. Brown said, the $800,000 he's referring to is an employee's medical claim. It is separate from the OJI. These are two separate items in two separate sub-funds.
Therefore, we need to know something about that. It's something that we haven't even heard about.
Correct, that did not come before the SIB committee. As far as the casualty, the OJI self-insurance sub-fund, the current fund balance as of April 15th was $5.7 million. And this is mostly funded by self-insurance premiums. Those premiums come into this sub-fund each July. And for FY26, it was just shy of $2.2 million. There is a 5% increase on that for next year. So it would be approximately $2.3 million that would be coming back into this sub-fund in July.
Yeah. Okay. And the law director has stated that this specific situation wouldn't necessarily have to go to the SIB, just as info. Okay, so, but there's a motion and a second to defer this to the SIB. Mr. Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I second it so I could get in the queue. I've been wanting to talk about this. There's no way I can vote on $3 million without knowing more about what that is. I would like to move that we go into executive session so we could ask questions about this, because I can't vote on $3 million. That's insane. This is one injury. I mean, I'm thinking Life Flight costs, what, $180,000? Did they lose a leg in a bush hog accident and it's a life-changing thing? There's all kinds of questions as to what could cost $3 million for a hospital bill. I've never heard of anybody having that for a medical expense. This generates tons of questions. So can we go into executive session to ask these questions so we can vote on this? I just don't want to group and approve this.
No,
I'm fine pulling it out. I didn't even want to go there.
I don't like the concept of grouping and approving. It doesn't speed up anything.
I was fine just pulling it out. We can talk later.
Yeah.
Just group and approve and leave
the,
that out.
The law director, the request for an executive session came up in the budget meeting. The law director was saying, hey, for HIPAA purposes, I can't tell you anything. So
I understand that, but that may be, he may be able to answer things if questions are formed differently, but it gives everybody the option to flesh this out rather than just vote on it blindly. I would be ashamed of anybody voting blindly on $3 million. Was there an investigation? You don't have to name the person's name, what kind of injury they have. Was there an investigation to see what happened? If it's going to happen again, how did this happen? You know, how did we get the $3 million for a medical bill? That's insane. It's just insane. My son was life-flighted when he was a kid. It was nowhere even near $1 million. So we got to know more. I can't vote on this. Please, let's go to executive session. That's my motion, that we go to executive session.
And we need to entertain this first.
Before my motion?
Yeah, he's got this, yeah, do what? Yeah.
Yeah, my amendment to that
we're on the amendment. You want to amend his amendment?
I'm amending his to go to executive session so we can find out more, because that may evolve even more if we know more.
Fair enough. Is there a second? Okay. I guess we just need 13 votes for that. So let's put this on the board to go to executive session.
I would hope everybody would want.
Each commissioner record your vote.
All right. So that fails. So we're back on Mr. Brown's amendment here. Mr. Schoaf.
Yes, this is pertinent to the main, but it's pertinent to the amendment too. I just have one question, and I should have asked this in budget. And I also asked in budget to go into executive session. And so we're hearing nothing new here that we didn't hear before. So I have one question.
Come on, guys.
And that is, doesn't have anything to do with HIPAA, doesn't have anything, but with any PII, do we not have the ability to negotiate at all here?
Is it the law director?
Let's,
I know it's getting late.
That's for the law director.
Let's stay under our rules, please. Help me do that. Go ahead.
We actually have contracted with a service that does that on all of our medical claims, so that they get a rebate based on what they save us, and it's been run through that.
This is post that this is after that negotiation.
Correct.
Okay.
That's my understanding.
I guess I have one more question.
Go ahead.
So are there, in the opinion, and I know I heard this before, but I want to have it heard here, in the opinion of our legal counsel, do we have any real recourse other than to do this without taking on substantial risk?
I have reviewed this at length with our risk management person, and this is the most bizarre set of circumstances I've ever come across, and it piggybacks off something that happened that nobody knew was a problem until the second problem happened. And because of all of the extenuating circumstances, we are now in the position that medical care had to be provided that's related to an on-the-job injury, and that because those bills have been incurred, it's not at the expense of the employee. So, long-winded answer to your question, yes, we have to pay these bills.
Got it. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Schmidt, on this, go ahead.
The question for the law director, and I may have some comments after that, depending on the answer. Does anything break tonight if we take Commissioner Brown's suggestion of moving it back to the board for our next meeting?
Is there a timeline associated with this payment?
I do not know. I don't keep up with the day-to-day parts of accounts payable, so I don't know when it's due.
I guess my comments would be then to digest this huge amount of money. I would like to see Mr. Brown's amendment, I believe, to bring it back to the self-insurance board. So maybe he might have questions. I might think of some questions after tonight that we can bring back to the board, discuss it, and then if we bring it back to the commission here, at least maybe answer some of y'all's questions. This gives them time too. You can email the Self-Insurance Board too with any questions, and whether you can answer them or we can't, at least we'll know, where we stand a little bit better. But yeah, I agree. This is a huge amount of money, and I understand the concern of people wanting to, get their questions answered. So I'd feel more comfortable if we just brought it back to the next Self-Insurance Board meeting.
So
We're looking at
I just
60
wanna-
days if you do that.
yeah, and the question is that a problem?
I don't know. I was
Who might know?
expecting,
Do you know?
it would be my risk manager,
Oh.
and I'd have to get with her tomorrow. I don't have a clue.
Okay.
Unless Ms. Browning may know, but I doubt it.
Ms. Browning, do you know, like if we went this route and it delayed it, most likely 60 days, is there an issue?
Yes, because the bills have been incurred, and that's going to set up a liability for the fiscal year. And that's sub-fund will have a negative balance for the expenditures in that sub-fund.
Okay. All right. So, Mr. Hyde, on this amendment? Okay.
Are you?
Yes, sir. I'm sorry. Yes, sir.
I want to say that at the last meeting of the Self-Insurance Board, and I've been a member of the Self-Insurance Board since its inception far back, except for a short period of time that Joe Matthews took my seat for a little while. I let him sit there for a while. Now I'm back on it. You're not going to learn, if this comes back to us, you're not going to learn any more than you know right here. I've sat there and we've been told over and over and over again, we can't know the circumstances, we can't know facts about it, it's confidential, and whether we go into executive session or SIB board meeting, you will know nothing more at the conclusion of it than you know now. Now, the only thing that I would wonder is if this is not the situation that was mentioned by Mr. Shoup, I believe it was at the last meeting, or his daughter, that we had a very expensive situation that was going to be resolved in the near future. Is this it, or was this the other one? Okay. But in any event, I think the long and short of it is you're not going to know any more than you just confidentially, medically, you're not going to know anything.
Okay. Thanks, sir. Mr. Wright.
With HIPAA the way it is, you are only going to know a set amount of information, and that is it. Irregardless of whether it aggravates you, it peeves you off, it doesn't matter. That's all you're going to get. That's it. You're not going to get any more or any less. There's only so much that information that you can have that you're allowed to get. No more. We have to trust our insurance board that they will make the right decisions. We have to trust our legal counsel that they make the right decisions. That's what they hire that man up there for. If not, then why are we here? Why is he here? Commissioner Hyde is on the insurance board. Commissioner Brown. Why are y'all even there if you don't trust it?
Thank you, sir. Mr. Jones, you want to speak to this?
I'll direct the question to the chair, and if you don't know, could you just defer to the law director or anybody else that knows? Nobody else has asked this question, but maybe you're curious. Was there an investigation done as to how this accident happened? Yes or no question?
Yes. I don't know any more details than you all know, I bet, but yes. And he even confirmed just now, yes.
Was the problem that was identified rectified to where this can't happen again?
I'll let the,
It was not that kind of an issue. It was not a failure in any breach. This was a bona fide accident.
And I would assume, but I have to ask, was the employee found to be not at fault for any of it?
Correct.
How long was the employee? I have to be careful because of HIPAA, I know. Did it have to do with training? Any kind of lack of training?
No.
Was there any safety measures taken to prevent
The
this?
best I can analogize this with is in insurance parlance, it would be considered an act of God.
Could you say that again?
An act of God.
Before that.
In insurance parlance, an act of God.
Like as if they were struck by lightning or something like that?
There's
Crazy.
no fault to anybody. This is just something that happened.
Freak accident.
while the person was on the job, so, yeah. I don't think we're going to hit any, I agree with, I would love to know more information, trust me. 'Cause I
Those
don't know any more
questions
than y'all do.
alone helped me
but-
digest some of this, but they weren't even being asked. If I had time, I may ask some more.
No,
That would help
I
people
understand
vote.
I understand what you're saying, but I don't think you're going to get any answers that's going to help you feel better about.
No, like I said, that question right there, those few that I just asked help a little bit.
Okay.
Had we been given more time, perhaps the self-insurance board could come up with some questions that could be answered too, to where you could know a whole lot, but you don't know details. You don't know anything that would violate HIPAA, but you find out a whole lot. Act of God type thing, I can relate that to somebody got struck by lightning on the job. Probably didn't happen, but that's a little more understandable. But questions like these help the taxpayers understand where their money's going, rather than us just sit up here and say, what, $3 million? Yeah, let's do it.
Okay.
We can't do
Anything
this.
else?
No, I mean,
Okay.
I would just like to see it.
All right, Mr. Teachner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I agree with probably everyone in here just about. But I serve on the opioid abatement committee, and the reason why that's relevant is because we know how many overdoses happened. It doesn't violate HIPAA because we don't know who that is. The school board finds out what school test scores are for students. Doesn't violate anything. They just know what the score is. This one, we are literally being asked to hand over $3 million plus, it's hard to even say that out loud, of taxpayer money. I can rarely think of any time that we've given over more money except for the bleachers. And that's just about it. I can't think of anything else that was that huge. And so I don't know what to do about it because I feel like there's going to be a lot of questions asked of us. Why are we not giving more consideration for this? And so it's not that we don't want to do it. It seems, oh my goodness, there's got to be more to know. And so you understand what I mean about the opioid abatement and all that?
No, I completely, I'm not disagreeing with either of the last two speakers here. So but I also agree with what Mr. Hyde said. We're not going to learn any more than we already do. Mr. Lambert. Oh, you want to speak? I'm sorry. Go ahead, Mr. Brown.
First thing I'd like to ask, what was the original amount that they asked for if this was negotiated? Law director.
Yeah, I don't know the answer to that. Do you know?
I don't have an answer.
He doesn't have the answer.
I didn't bring any of that.
Okay. That
Do you have it, just
That's a
not-
little
not
disturbing if we're accepting this as a negotiated term. Second thing, I still would like to hear from the consultants, not HIPAA, any related information as far as that goes. I would like to hear from the consultants as to what this is going to do for the fund, do to the fund. Because they're the ones that are managing, they're the ones giving us advice, and that's what I would like to hear before we go to the taxpayers.
Ms. Browning, would you like to speak to that again? I know you answered some of that earlier.
I didn't hear all of what he said, but I did speak with the risk claims manager, and she had told me that it was around $4 million originally.
4 million?
Uh-huh.
Okay. Anything
I'd
else?
still like to hear from the ESP consultants.
Okay. All right, thanks, sir. Mr. Lamberth.
Am I good? Okay. Just for the record, literally for the record, and Mr. Hyde can correct me if I'm wrong, Ms. Browning can correct me if I misunderstood you in our committee meeting. This is not taxpayer funds. It's actually the insurance money that these people, the county employees pay in. That's where this is coming out of. It's not coming from direct taxpayer funds, is what Mr. Hyde, is that what we, okay.
Yeah. That's a good clarification. So this is not taxpayer money. Okay. Okay. Well, you were saying yes, as I thought you were saying agreed. So can you clarify that, Ms. Browning?
Okay, so the health and dental subfunds are funded by employee premiums. The OJI fund is funded by premiums that come out of the general fund. It's,
Okay,
yes, it's
okay.
taxpayer dollars.
Oh, okay.
Correct. It's not a medical insurance claim. It's OJI only.
Okay. Okay. Mr. Harrison.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And you will probably want to direct this question to whomever. If this does not pass tonight, what happens?
Can you speak to that?
Either the law director or the finance director or in tandem.
Yeah. The law director is going to defer to Ms. Browning.
It needs to be passed this fiscal year.
And our next, to follow up, if I may.
Yes.
Our next meeting will be June 29th, because it's already been passed.
Correct.
For the calendar. We're cutting it close, right?
Yes, but that would still
But that would still work. Okay.
Okay. If I understood right, it would still work if we took this up during the June meeting on June 29th. Okay. Mr. Jones.
So is there any motions on the floor right now, or amendments?
Yes, the one you had seconded, Mr. Brown's, to defer this to the SIB.
Yeah. Yeah, I think I'll just go with that one. I was going to say something else, but I think I'll let that stand. That's what I want to do.
Okay. Mr. Ring.
Just a question. If this goes back to the SIB and it comes back next month, will anything change? We still have to pay this money.
Correct.
So I don't see the point. We're going to have to, this is a bill that we have to pay. And so we might as well get it over with now and get it done, because it's going to have to happen anyway.
Yes, that is accurate. All right, Mr. Schmidt.
Again, I think bringing it back to the self-insurance board, at least we can go back to the taxpayers. This is a huge amount of money, obviously, but if a taxpayer says, well, did you exhaust all options because you all had questions on the May 18th commission meeting, and they weren't answered to your satisfaction, or you still had some concerns, did you all at least try one more meeting with that board? And hey, if we come up with the same answers, at least we can say we tried. We tried to get in all the answers that we legally could, without violating any HIPAA or anything else. So I'm going to be in support of putting this back to the self-insurance board so we can address some of these questions that we have the best we can.
Okay. Mr. Jones.
I do want to add what I was going to ask before. So Ms. Browning said that this would give us a negative balance if we don't approve this by end of fiscal year. So when I pay my hospital bills, they give me months and months and months to pay them if I need to over the years I've had. I mean, there's not really a timeline on paying the hospital. I understand that that would give us a negative balance if we paid it right then and there, but how much time are they giving us for a $3 million bill? Can we not get some grace on that? I mean, we don't have to pay it right away. Yeah, it would give us a negative balance if we paid it, but we don't have to pay it right away. Can we not extend that out to give us time to have this meeting of the self-insurance boards where we're not seeming like we're pinched here? I mean, $3 million, I think the hospitals would give a little grace on that. We could give them a little bit, and the rest later. Can we ask that question?
Yeah, that sounds fair to me. Ms. Browning, can you speak to that? I mean, Vanderbilt's given me 20 months to pay off, $1,000, so.
You won't have a negative balance if you don't pay the bill.
Can you hit her?
You've incurred the liability, so it's still considered a fiscal year 26 expense because you've incurred the liability in 26.
So we may not necessarily pay it off, but on the books, it hits this year.
So what does that mean, though? Who looks at that? The comptroller or what? Because of the negative balance. What is the fear there?
We'll make an entry on our books, yes, and they will look at that.
And so what's the recourse if there is a negative entry on there or a negative balance because of this entry that was made, that was incurred at that time? What happens with that? Is it the comptroller that looks at it and frowns on it, or
You'd get a finding.
A what?
A finding.
A finding. Okay, explain that just in layman's terms. We're doing this off of the taxpayers to be transparent about this money, so explain that, please. Pretend like I don't know what a finding is, because I don't. I've heard it, but I mean, what kind of legal?
Let's bring this.
I want to know what the ramifications are for having a finding.
So my thought here is, I'm just repeating here. It needs to be on this year's books, but it can be paid. I'm asking Ms. Brown. It can be paid over, I don't even know, however long in the future, but it hits this year's books. Okay.
Yes.
And then going back to what is your, a finding?
I guess it needs to be on this year's books.
Yes.
Or else what? Like there's a finding. Who cares? Do I care if there's a finding?
I mean,
how much do I care?
It could impact our bond rating, or
could or would?
It would have. $3 million.
This to me seems very understandable to somebody who incurred a $3 million bill at the very end of the last few weeks of the fiscal year. This seems very understanding to where there probably wouldn't be a finding. I want to know if we're fear-mongering here.
Are you an expert in that? I don't know what you do necessarily. Are you an expert in that field?
That's why I'm asking. I'm not.
Yeah, and so she said there's going to be a finding.
Okay, there could be a finding.
Okay.
Could be, but are the odds that there would be?
You can vote however you want to, but
I want expert opinion. I'm asking the question.
I think she already answered the question.
That there could be, but what are the chances of that? That's what I want to know.
I'm not an auditor. I don't know the answer to that question. I'm not an auditor. I don't know the answer to that question.
I didn't know if anybody had experience with things like that, where a bill came due this big at the last few weeks of the fiscal year, and it was an act of God type situation. If there would be some grace there, we've got a month, we know, guys, that we could revisit this.
All right, Mr. Schoaf. Okay. Question's been called and seconded. It needs 16 votes. There's several people in the queue, but let's put this on the board.
Each commissioner record your vote.
Okay, the question's been called to defer this, to remove this from the group and approve and defer it to SIB. Okay, so now we will put that on the board. 13 votes are needed. This is to defer it to SIB.
Each commissioner record your vote.
Okay. All right, so 2605-10 is removed from the group and approved and deferred to SIB. All right, now we're back on the group and approve. Without that, Mr. Nguyen.
Call the question.
All right, put that on the board. Needs 16 votes.
Each commissioner record your vote.
All right, Mr. Schoaf.
I'm good.
Mr. Rogers?
Call the question.
No.
Wow,
Can't do
Mr.
it.
Chair,
No, we can't do it back to back.
There's nobody in
All
queue.
right, so there's no one in queue. Let's put it on the board. So this is, before you click start. Group and approve. Yeah, this is group and approve the remaining of the budget items except for 2605-10, which we just removed. So 13 votes needed.
Each commissioner record your vote.
Yes, there we go.
Okay. All right.
That concludes my report.
Thank you, sir. Financial management, no report. I don't believe there's any recognition of the public on non-agenda items. Anyone have any district events or announcements? No. Motion to adjourn.